Alright. Welcome. Today we are doing the NAEC S2 Group B matchup. What does that mean? That means we're going to be here for a while. To my knowledge, we got 6 different games going to be happening, all within a group of like repeating and recycling teams to really see, who's going to map out to points wise with the most wins, most loses, etc., to see which teams are actually going to advance out of the playoffs. So this bracket honestly is probably the best bracket. Right? Represent. In this bracket, first match, we are going to be having the Forgotten Ones versus the Bloodhounds. We've also got matches today between Team Azrael, 9 Thieves, Team Azrael and Forgotten Ones, 9 Thieves and the Bloodhounds, then Team Azrael versus Bloodhounds, and finally the Forgotten Ones versus the 9 Thieves. In between these different teams, we are going to be finding out who deserves to go to the playoffs. It's going to be a hard ground fought between most of these teams. I definitely think most of these teams are pretty similar in capability, right? But I will say, looking at the bracket, the big threat on the map is definitely going to be Bloodhounds. Bloodhounds are probably the most well-recognized of the teams and the most established, the most successful, etc. Does that mean they're going to walk in the park today? Maybe not, because I definitely know that some of these teams in North America, aren't rated, aren't ranked, but still absolutely able to perform whenever it comes time to shove. With that being said, who do I feel like is the underdog of the Group B? Well, it's tough because it's either going to be the Forgotten Ones or the Team Azrael. Both of them are good teams, but both of them, and whenever you're talking about like actual accomplishments and different stuff like that, they don't have the accomplishments that the Bloodhounds have. They don't have the accomplishment that the 9 Thieves have, and I definitely think that they're going to have to use the opportunity to prove themselves. That's my professional opinion. But with that being said, I do think that we are going to have some good matchups. This first matchup that we do have is going to be the Forgotten Ones versus the Bloodhounds. What do I think we're going to see in this matchup? Well, 4 days ago, patch notes came out. In the patch notes, we saw Alice got buffed. We saw Yin, he got buffed. But we also saw Claude get buffed. We saw Claude and Bruno both get nerfed. We saw Melissa get buffed. Different heroes like that, I think, are definitely going to be good options. We still know that Ballman and Baratz are within their prime, and we know that because of the War Axe and the Brute Force Breastplate combination that's coming out, or that has come out, a lot of these heroes are really definitely capable. We've been seeing a lot of tank carries and different heroes of that nature, and they've been doing actually very well. So I definitely think any of those heroes could be popped. Now, do I think I would pick a Claude or a Brody in these matches? Probably not, because I'm aware of the nerfs. But if somebody's really comfortable with these heroes, and there are a lot of players that are absolutely very comfortable with them, especially with them having been so effective for so long, I definitely think we might see some of these pop outs. Even though these nerfs did happen, there are a lot of people who just don't care about the nerfs and will absolutely play within their respective strengths and comforts, and there is nothing wrong with that. I hope to see somebody get on a nerfed hero and run through somebody. Something I do think we will see also is I think we're going to see a Lunox at some point soon too. Lunox being a hero that was primarily made for the mid lane, but has been found to be extremely effective within its respective jungle, of all places, has been a huge threat. her trickle damage as well as her burst damage both have become what feel like burst damages, and she'll absolutely be a threat, especially if she can pop that brilliance and remove herself from being able to take any damage. It's just hellfire rained wherever she steps. So I don't think a Lunox would be rare for us to see. So with this match, we are stepping into it soon. It is currently 8 o'clock, so this match should be starting now. So let's take a quick look at the board. On the board, we do see all 5 of the Forgotten Ones players shown up, as well as the Bloodhounds, and both of these teams look ready to play. But the question is who is going to be more ready? And I think that it's anybody's ball right now. Absolutely. Again, we did say that the Forgotten Ones, in my opinion, is one of the 2 underdogs within the bracket, and the Bloodhounds probably have the most competitive seed, or should be. We would naturally, going into this match, think that is this going to be a one-sided match? Now, I don't think it's going to be one-sided, because I've seen the Forgotten Ones play before, and I've seen them do very well, and I think it's a really good opening match. I think it's a really good opening match because if the Forgotten Ones can get the better hand on the Bloodhounds this first match, or even in this first best of 3, I do absolutely think that will inspire or de-inspire some of these other teams that are going to be playing tonight, and cast a stone at the glass house, and let's hope it doesn't break. I do think that Fendi and Quirky are going to have to put in a lot of work. Both of these heroes are relatively well known as far as the Forgotten Ones are considered. Same thing with the Bloodhounds. They've got Bokarosco, Ooga Booga, different heroes, but they're just, so well recognized for being so good at what they do. But it's tough, man. I'm looking at it, and it's just tough matchup. Absolutely. So, how are you guys feeling about this? Who do you guys think are going to win these matchups? Type it below, lock it in, get your guesses going. Who are y'all supporting? Again, I think Bloodhounds has the at least reputation advantage. I know for the Forgotten Ones, if I were in their shoes going up against the Bloodhounds, I would probably be a little bit nervous. So let's hope we don't see a whole lot of nervous gameplay. I think that if they get into a nervous spot and they start trying to dodge around and overly respect the Bloodhounds, I feel like the Bloodhounds will be able to take that. We traditionally, whenever we see different teams, fearing a team too much or respecting each other too much, that's a term I really like to use, is respecting. And what I mean by that is, like, they're not pushing into the team fights because they're not sure, like, they're testing the waters but aren't, like, actually engaging in fights, not really clashing. I'm not somebody who likes a whole lot of clashing, but there is a certain point where you need to be able to step to the people that you're up against. And if they at any point start to fear off the Bloodhounds, I definitely think the Bloodhounds will have the ability to collect themselves and persevere in those situations. But all of that is hearsay until it happens. We should be starting up on this match soon. Again, I'm so excited for it. Being able to see the Bloodhounds play, nothing against the Forgotten Ones, being able to see the Bloodhounds play is just such an awesome thing because, again, they are just such a good team. I believe the Bloodhounds were actually a top 3, top 4 team within the North American scene last NAEC, which, for any of you guys who've never been there, it is very competitive. It is very difficult. The North American scene, although relatively undeveloped in terms of, or in comparison to countries like the Philippines or like India, Indonesia, Malaysia, all of these different characters, I think it's tough. But something that is unique to North America is because everybody is so underdeveloped as a whole, it creates a lot of room for people to see heirs, right? Because I feel like whenever you start watching some of the MPL games, you start looking at some of the World Series games, everybody's just playing, and it's one or two big decisions that might make or break the entire team. But we're going to see some mistakes tonight. We're going to see some good plays tonight, and I'm looking forward to it. Without further ado, Forgotten Ones versus Bloodhounds. Let's get right into it. So, Jay, getting the first pick, first ban. Again, what do we think we'll see? I think we might see a Lunox somewhere within these games. Bauman is definitely a strong option. Again, Barats is definitely a strong option. There's so many heroes that are within their prime right now. And when I say prime, I don't mean it's the strongest they've ever been, but it's the strongest that they've been in a long time. Jay, 5 seconds before he loses his first ban choice, hope he doesn't, does decide to lock down a Faramis. So already trying to pick off, banning off a hero that's going to be a really good hero for some of these smaller team fights, where enemies are going to be stacking up. Definitely don't want to get punished by that. I think if I were the Forgotten Ones, they could be looking at the meta heroes right now and saying, which heroes are going to be the best for me to ban out, and which hero should I be picking? Honestly, if I were them, I wouldn't be looking too much at trying to pick meta heroes. You could try to, if they are aware of the Bloodhounds like primary characters and who they really enjoy playing, they could definitely do some respect bans. But in terms of like actually drafting themselves, I definitely think they should be playing to some of their comfort picks. They could try to race again to these meta heroes, but at the end of the day, if they're not super comfortable playing with them, it might be something that works against them. Mathilda came out as a ban. Not surprised there. Mathilda is definitely one of those heroes that is still extremely a high ban rate. Whenever we're looking at her and her mobility and her ability to use the guiding winds and just pretty much create any hero with low mobility into a high mobility hero, it's definitely a threat. All of a sudden you see Teresa's flying across the map, and then you see characters that are already fast become so much faster. We see the Valentina and a Nolan ban. Nolan ban is again, that's another one of those heroes that's a meta ban. But Valentina is, I don't want to call her meta, but she's definitely one of those heroes that has always been a threat. And anybody who's ever watched me cast before knows, I've said it probably 100 million times. I love the Valentina ban because she's a hero, in my opinion, who can be effective in almost any team composition. Because 90% of the time, whenever you look at a team of 5, one person typically at least has strong heroes that they can use. Oh, we do see the Lunox ban. Fantastic. Like I said, that's exactly what I was saying earlier, is, the Lunox is just such a strong hero right now. I don't think anybody's going to want to face it. So seeing her within that first series ban before any picks are picked up, definitely I think is smart, because I personally don't want to have to go up against a Lunox. And Bloodhounds respond with banning off the Guinevere. Guinevere's super hit or miss. A lot of people really don't like facing Guinevere right now. But I don't know if it's somebody... a lot of people do ban him out, but it's not something that I've had a whole lot of issues with personally. We do see a Wanwan being picked up by Fendi. And we do see the Ballman. We talked about that. By Yasha OnlyFans. Love that name. Bokarosco. I've seen Bokarosco play a lot of the mid, a lot of Nana. Looking at the Eve, not sure if that's going to be a great pick, being that you've already got a 1-1 on the map who's so agile. And if they pick a bunch of other heroes who are super agile, then Boka might have a hard time effectively locking them down. Emperor Miho and Quirky up to bat next. Who do we think that they're going to respond with? I definitely think that they should wait on picking up the roam. Honestly, picking up the roam, picking up the jungle, either one of them right now, I feel like is still really early, especially with the Bokarosco on the map. We do see the Nana picked up, and we see an Edith jungle. Oh, that's interesting. Do we think that we're actually going to see the Edith jungle, though? I hope not. Edith has been a super hit or miss hero, and I'm not sure if her CC effects are strong enough to knock Yve out of her ultimate. So I am curious to see about that. We very well might learn today. And that's what Kevin Hart said, right? You're going to learn today. Kazuhaya looking at trying to lock in a Clint. He does decide to. Definitely a good counter to the Wan. If she's being super invasive with him, he can absolutely CC her and punish her out. Definitely a good counter pick there. But just like that, we're back into the banning phase. Now, we see that we're still looking for the EXP and still looking for a roam from Bloodhound. And it looks like the exact same thing on Forgotten One side of that house. So who are the best roams, right? A lot of the best roams for me are going to be like Minotaur, characters that are like super tanky and also have the ability to sustain. Florins have been historically one of the best healers just because of their full map awareness. Definitely strong. Angela, still a really strong pick. We don't see a whole lot of blinky characters coming from either side of the house, so I'm not sure if Kufra is going to be the right direction for either team to go in. So I think, actually, with the team composition that Forgotten One has, Atlas could honestly be an option as well. If they can shoot in and grabs, even if it's just the Ballman and the Eve, lock them up, and with the Fatal Links, I definitely think it would put Emperor and Wan, or even the Nana, in a great position to get a whole lot of AoE damage popped up all at once. We do see the Yuzong. Both teams decided to opt for a EXP lane, which is honestly kind of interesting. I definitely probably myself would have geared myself towards the roam options, but nonetheless, Yuzong definitely super strong hero right now, again because of the War Axe. We do see a Terizla ban. Okay, I'm not sure that the Terizla ban would have been something that would have honestly countered their team composition. So Terizla, although is a huge threat on the map, for sure, I'm not sure that that's the character that was going to be the end all be all for them. I think they would be more threatened personally by like an X-Borg, somebody who can cut through the Yve's ultimate without really any real concern of being CC'd and controlled out. At the same time, a character like X-Borg could really cut through Clint if he had the opportunity. Okay, we do see a Grok ban. Really? All right. I guess the Wan really doesn't want to do laps around a wall. Ooga Booga up next with the pick. Who do we think? Well, again, we were saying, Fredrin. I think they might just be showing off that really nice Neo Beast skin. Oh, and they do decide to lock into Fredrin. I do really like Fredrin, and I think that he could pair well with the Ballman and with the Yve because of the large CC capabilities that he comes with. Very good utility type of character. But again, I still feel like if Forgotten Ones decide to lock in an X-Borg, they really could threaten still the entire composition of the Bloodhounds. So it's going to come down to, do they play X-Borg? Okay. I think they do. X-Borg, it looks like they do lock him in, as well as locking in the Fanny. Fanny, again, being another hero that could definitely threaten the Ballman, can definitely threaten that Yve. A lot of these different heroes, if they're not fast enough. X-Borg is just a straight up threaten, and Fanny is a threaten if they're not fast enough. Phoveus going to be able to be in a position where he can do a whole lot of damage. Fantastic hero to utilize for this. Really looking forward to see what they do. Okay, we did see Emperor and Jay decide to swap, so we're going to be seeing Jay. It looks like they're going to be roaming with Edith and putting Fanny in. I didn't think that we were going to see an Edith roam or Edith jungle. I'm glad we didn't, because that might have hurt. Phoveus, definitely a fantastic pickup, though. Really looking forward to seeing how he does against the Fanny, against the X-Board, but especially the Wanwan. Wanwan will be super punishable, because I think every single attack that Wanwan does will be counterable by Phoveus. Here we go, straight into it, the Land of Dawn. Right into it. We're gonna see the Bloodhounds giving each other a little bit of support on their early minions, moving, not wasting a whole lot of time moving towards the minions. Meanwhile, Ooga Booga setting himself up to try to give some vision, but doesn't manage to find the enemy team's Fanny. Was definitely hoping that if he could find them, that he could hem them up and stall out that Fanny's early game development. But as Fanny's making her way over, Edith does manage to just show face enough to scare him off. Does look like the Bloodhounds are going to start on this turtle, and I'm not sure if they're going to wait to give it to that Ballman, but they don't. Not wasting any time into it. We see Exborg and Phoveus, starting to try to get to know each other. Exborg doing what Exborg does, showing off that fantastic 11-11 skin. And it looks like if Yasha's doing what we think they're going to be doing, he might be trying to check up on this Exborg, get a little bit of damage, and try to help the Phoveus gap him out. If he could do it, it would be absolutely great. We do see a little bit of interaction. Oh, Fredrin does get chewed through by Fanny. But outside of that, we're not seeing either of these teams straight away being super aggressive, which is definitely something that I prefer to see. I don't like a whole lot of fights unnecessarily. North America is primarily a big issue dealer for not skipping a fight. Yasha not wasting any time to try to start on this turtle, getting a whole lot of damage off. Fanny looking to take a steal on it. Will she get it? She does not. Ballman locks it in. Fanny has to get out of there. Yve trying to get a nice set, doing a whole lot of damage to Jay. Jay trying to get out of there as fast as he can, but the Phoveus does take it. Exborg does cut down the Ballman, but goes down himself to the Yve. Was it a good trade-off? I mean, perhaps. They managed to cut the teams roughly even. We do see about a 600 gold gap going in the benefit of Bloodhounds, which it is still something, and it can add up if the Forgotten Ones aren't playing smoothly. But it's still a small enough amount that it's negligible long-term as long as good gameplay is being made. Edith looking to zone out Ooga Booga, but Boca Roscoe doing a fantastic job at showing face and trying to shoo him off. Meanwhile, we still see Clint and Wanwan touching bases with each other. Again, not being super invasive. We do see Quirky looking to show up and try to, again, shoo this Clint off. Doesn't look like they're going to make anything happen. Popping the Molina Blitz, but ends up just being a whiff. Gonna have to go away for it. Ooga Booga trying to threaten nothingness, but we do see Boca Roscoe trying to make his way over, so it looks like they're going to start trying to put up a little bit of pressure, but it looks like they really just wanting to do it to lock down their side's crab. Very quiet gameplay coming from both teams. Oh, Exborg managed to cut through the Phoveus with the assistance of the Fanny. Beautiful, because now they're going to have the ability to start into this gold tower and take a gold lead for themselves. 11.3 to 11.7, and this gold turret definitely can re-threaten that advantage. But while they're up there pushing, we do see the Bloodhounds present on Turtle, taking it unchallenged with a lethal counter to stylishly capture the Turtle. Corky in a bad spot, being hemmed up by Ooga Booga, does manage to go down, and the kill is going to go to Yve. Man, we see Xborg being extremely invasive on top of this, on top of Phoveus, but he knew something wasn't right. He knew the map was a little quiet and decided to shoo off, and just in time for him to avoid getting 3v1. Edith trying to get a pop-up. We see Xborg trying to shoo off again that Ooga Booga, being ready for the fight and trying to cover down with each other, but to no avail. No big fight captured. We are going to see them being really aggressive on Kaze, but Kaze is going to be able to survive it, and it looks like he's going to pop his regen and try to stay right back in the fight, especially by getting that gold crab. Phoveus over in the jungling portion, trying to get a nice cut on the Xborg, but is he a little too deep? He is going to take a little bit of damage. He needs to make it out from this. Meanwhile, Bokarosco gets 2-through by Wanwan. Oh man, lethal counter pops, Appraisal's Wrath pops, but to no avail, Fredrin goes down. Yasha still trying to stick around long enough to effectively be able to chew through and steal some of Fanny's buffs. Definitely good idea on their side of the house. Fanny getting another kill on the Clint. I love this playstyle of the Ballman. Super aggressive in all portions of the jungle, taking everything they can to make sure that the Fanny isn't getting them. Granted, gold is still equal. We're looking at a 6-4 in favor of the Forgotten Ones, but not a whole lot of map difference. We do see one tower benefit going in the favor of the Bloodhounds. Oh, we see Kenshi getting hemmed up a little bit, but he is Xborg, so nothing is super threatening to him. Going to trickle off a little bit of damage. Meanwhile, we're going to see Yasha trying to rip into the turtle. Fanny not waiting too long, cutting herself in. Appraisal's Wrath tries to pop, but doesn't grab anything. Forgotten Ones at this point, they got to lock in together. We did see Wanwan manage to get a kill on the top side of the map on Temptless, but some of these small kills are not going to win you the game. FJ trying to get a hem up on him, using Molina to try to shoo off that retreat, trying to keep Fredrin in there, but Fredrin again not super intimidated because he is a Fredrin. Yeah, it's like the Forgotten Ones right now are definitely looking for a fight. Oh man, we see Yve finally pick up the Ice Queen wand. That will be absolutely fantastic, because that Ice Queen wand is going to make it to where whenever she does pop into her ultimate, she's going to be able to effectively lock down anybody that's inside of it. So now, even if Xborg, right, even if Xborg is in there, if anybody else tries to push through with him, they will absolutely be threatened. And just like that, Boka and Uga decide to cut down Kenshin. Trying to maintain a healthy set of pressure, but again, these 9 to 5, these extra kills, it's so nice that they were able to get them, but they were almost mandated to have to get these kills if they wanted to be in a position to survive out. Ooga Booga looking to get the set on Jay. Jay deciding to pop it. Fanny, no hesitation, cuts down Boka. 10 to 5, 24.7 thousand gold each up. Lord has showed up in the Land of Dawn. This is definitely it. So far, we've not really seen the Forgotten Ones really capturing any actual objectives, and they absolutely need to. Because if if the Bloodhounds continue to do it and take them unchallenged especially, they're going to lose out. So like Wanwan just got another kill, and that's absolutely cool, but you're still got an equal map. You still have equal gold. Whoa, we see Last Insanity popped up. Appraisal's Wrath popped up. Wow, look at that. Wanwan's tearing through the Phoveus, trying to collect a soul. A whole lot of pressure still coming from that X-Borg, and they managed to grab Yasha as well. Now we see a 4v2, or now 4v3 in favor of the Forgotten Ones, but they weren't able to do a whole lot with it. By the time they get over to the Lord now, everybody's going to be back on the map. Fights without objectives don't win the game. Bloodhounds holding a positive, healthy control over the map, looking to instantly respond to the Forgotten Ones trying to grab onto the Lord. Not wasting any time into it. I'll tell you what, the Bloodhounds have consistently just been so good about their objectives. So good about their objectives. Fanny cutting through Clint on the opposite side of the map. Meanwhile, Bauman's looking for a beautiful set, trying to pop up. There it goes. Lethal counter to take it. We see Last Insanity pop, but to no avail. Wanwan cuts down the Fredrin and takes the Phoveus with her. Beautiful team fight going in the favor of the Forgotten Ones. Super aggressive is Jay, cutting down Yasha as well. 32,000 gold to 30,000 gold, favoring the Forgotten Ones on the side of the map. Meanwhile, we see Wanwan getting ready to stage a coup against the Lord that is marching against their gold lane. Right now, Bloodhounds are by no means out of it. Clint, finally locking in on the Berserker's Fury, is going to finally get that damage that he's been waiting for, and absolutely is going to bring that threat level for these team fights up. Oh man, did we just see Nana pop a Molina Blitz on the mid lane? Minions? Hopefully she doesn't need that anytime soon, because if she does, it won't be there. We see another team fight going on, or staging to go on. X-Borg trying to shoo the Kaze off, does manage to effectively defend his inner turret, or secondary inner turret. Anybody's game right now. 34,000 coming up on 35,000 gold to 33.5 thousand gold in the favor of the Forgotten Ones. Oh, Molina's Blitz does manage to hem up Kaze. Last Insanity wraps up Kaze though. That 1-for-1 trade. Fanny's trying to be super invasive, dropping Cutthroat, but doesn't manage to secure a kill on Boca Roscoe. The team Forgotten Ones doing a fantastic job of covering each other and trying to continue that push, but the Bloodhounds are just too experienced and manage to, with no real issue, keep them out of the tower. Oh, we do see Cutthroat going down on Boca Roscoe again, but still not fast enough. Boca popping up that shield just in time to shut the Fanny out and getting a nice kill with the support of his team. Oh, what is this? Bloodhounds looking a little bit hungry, getting ready to stage 25 seconds up from being at the next Lord. An Illuminous Lord, Illustrious Lord, Big Daddy, however you recognize him, a threat is all the map sees. Again, Bloodhounds, super good with their objectives, extremely aggressive on it, and grabbed it every single time through. If they get this, the enhanced minions will be enough, in my opinion, to allow them the opportunity to, I don't want to say take the map, but take some ground for sure. Tempest taking a whole lot of damage, cut down by Molina's Blitz, free kill for Nana. Now we're looking at a 4v4 fight staged in favor right now of Bloodhounds. Kenshi trying to keep pressure on it. Meanwhile, Ooga Booga popping up some stuns. Last Insanity is popped up, and does manage to take the Lord. The Lord has gone in favor of the Forgotten Ones. And just like that, they're going to get out of it. Quirky does drop Jay in a really bad spot, trying to take a little bit of damage. No hesitation, 4v1'd him, and are going to be able to be in a perfect spot to cut through this Lord. Beautiful gameplay coming from the Bloodhounds. So now, even though there's enhanced minions, they're still going to have the ability to oppress this this secondary inner turret, and it looks like they're going to get it. Meanwhile, Yve needs to work faster. She's doing what she does, but by letting those minions get into her tower at all was just enough to really take it almost down to half health. But overall, beautiful defense coming from the Bloodhounds. This is exactly the gameplay that we would expect coming from a top 5 North American team. Molina Blitz popping up to try to stun the team going into it. We see both teams being super aggressive. Ballman cutting through the Fanny, taking away that threat factor of the cutthroat. Exborg looking to make a play happen. Just like that, both teams respectively back on their sides of the map. Kaze deciding he wants to go for some of these jungles. Wants that free damage from the orange buff. 1-1 doing a fantastic job, I do want to mention, of effectively working across the map and trying to defend all of the lanes. A lot of the times, we don't see somebody doing all of that work and also manage to be 8-1 and 4. Nana manages to cut through the Fredrin. A little bit of a stare down happening across the map. Both teams waiting for something to happen. Kaze decides to lead his minions into the tower, trying to get that free cleanup on the tower, but just that Exborg is just so scary. Right now, 20 kills to 11 kills, but still 47,000 gold to 47,000 gold. Any teams go... Oh, just like that. I missed it. Bocarasco dropped to the Fanny. Fanny running for the hills. We do see both of these teams being extremely aggressive. Kaze taking a whole lot of damage. Hexborg using Last Insanity to hem him up and give just enough coverage for Jay to get a free kill from it. But was that too soon? I think it was. Templis trying to do some damage, but it's so hard against these Bloodhound folks. Jay being so present. Kenshi trying to shoo them off. Fredrin does manage to cut through the Nana and take them down. Templis did not get the kill that he was looking for. We are going to see Ooga Booga get cut down by the Wanwan, and Wanwan's going for Yasha, manages to secure a kill on the Yasha, and just like that, 2 people alive to secure and try to save the map. Fovia's taking a whole lot of damage, puts the Forgotten Ones in a beautiful position to have an uncontested Lord. And just like that, that's all she wrote for the Lord. Big Dad coming up next with all of his little kids, little gremlins running across the map. Right now, the Bloodhounds trailing by 2,000 gold, definitely not out of this map. I do think that if they meet it just outside with 1 or 2 heroes who can cut through the Lord and prevent it from effectively diving into these towers, and then just play a soft way across the map, they can absolutely defend this map pressure. But at the same time, it looks like Emperor and Kenshin are, expecting this presence and are going to try to distract them off of it. Will they be successful, though? Looks like Boca not wasting any time to try to slow down this Lord. Ballman taking the brunt of the damage, but it still manages to cut through and take that second-tier tower in itself. Such a beefy Lord. Lord trying to make his way into, wow, 1 strike dash in, hits half the health of the tower. The Lord will finally drop, and they will manage to successfully defend their first line of defense inner tower. And with that being said, they did lose the one and they lost the other. So, I mean, a 1.5-ish tower loss. It's not really a bad defense for it being the biggest lord on the field. Ooga Booga not wanting anything to do with this. Looking at the full 5-man force of the Forgotten Ones, doing a beautiful job. The Forgotten Ones managed to safely secure another tower. Right now, we see the entire Forgotten Ones force doing exactly what they were doing earlier, looking for these giant ambushes. They do manage to quickly cut down Templars. Phovius, that whole advantage out the window. Balmid spinning to win. Edith trying to get a knock-up done, but no success there. Last Insanity helps Exborg survive and cut down his foe with now a 5-2 advantage. It looks like the Forgotten Ones are going to try to walk this into their own base. High character presence to start trying to secure an inner tower. Ooga Booga doing a great job at trying to hem them up, but is it enough? They managed to get almost a kill. That immortality definitely saved Fanny. Last Insanity pops, but it's just not enough. But Forgotten Ones do manage to take the first game. Whew. Man, oh man. Right now, you know that the Bloodhounds got to be feeling the pressure from that matchup. They played it really well. And I think at this point, it's safe to say they've gotten to know their opponent. So do we think that they're going to approach with a different play style next game? Yes. Yes, I do. And the reason that I think that they will is because, again, this is one of the most experienced teams within the North American scene. Again, a top 5 North American team. So if anybody's going to be able to make a comeback, they're definitely one of those teams that are geared to it. Now, let's talk about the Forgotten Ones real quick. We did say that these were one of the two, underdogs of the match, them and Team Azrael. Does that underdog mean that they are a worse team? No. No, it does not. And you see that exactly within this first matchup. Underdog doesn't mean weaker. It means less known, right? So with that being said, we are going to start looking at setting up into this second best of 3 matchup. Now, it is anybody's game going into it. At this point, the Forgotten Ones, they got to feel confident. They got to have that blood flowing. They got to feel good. And if anything, I'm going to bet the Bloodhounds are mad. So I think we might see a more aggressive Bloodhounds coming up in this game. Do I think we will see the same bands? Possibly. I'm not sure that there was any one hero that really walked up a storm on either side of the map. It wasn't look like anybody was really just like cakewalking. Even though the Forgotten Ones had some fantastic stats, a lot of that came from the unity that they supported with each other and that full map coverage. Everywhere the Bloodhounds went, the Forgotten Ones were able to jump them 2, 3, 4 heroes on one, securing a lot of easy kills, especially early in the match. Do I think the Bloodhounds are going to let them do that? Probably not. Not again. But anything is possible in the Land of Dawn. And I'll tell you what, it's one of the things that I have learned from casting is that trying to count any game or trying to count any team out is a mistake. And without further ado, we are going to find ourselves walking into the second of the best of 3 matchup. Boca getting the first ban. What do we think we're going to see? I don't know if, even though Exborg was such a threat on the last composition, do I think that they're going to ban out the Exborg? Probably not. Unless they're looking to maintain the same type of team composition. Exborg, again, such a strong hero, especially because he uses that war axe and always has, just isn't the ban that we would expect. Mathilda is the first ban locked in by Boca. Again, no surprise there with that. We are going to see Jay getting the next up ban, though. Again, I still think we might see another Lunox ban. If not, we might see a Lunox picked up. We knew that Bauman was going to get picked up, again, because of how potent he is, and we got to see that really portrayed well in the last match. Okay, we do see the Lunox ban. You guys heard it first here. Your boy. Ooga Booga up next on a ban. I know that they got to be talking to each other. Are they going to respect ban? Again, I just don't feel like they will. Oh, they decide to drop the Fanny. Wow. Emperor Miho, good job. You managed to get Ooga Booga to shoo off your Fanny. The question is how far is your character depth? Do you have something in your back pocket that you're excited to now utilize? Time will tell. Time will tell. Emperor Miho, second up to bat, decides to go for the Nolan ban. Again, it's a meta ban. It's exactly what we expect. Again, the Nolan, the Mathilda, even the Lunox to a degree, they're just so often banned. And it's not because they're the best characters that have ever graced the earth, right? Or the land of Dawn, sorry. It is because they are so good at snowballing. You give them 1 or 2 kills, and all of a sudden, your whole map is being marched on. Guinevere locked in as the 3rd ban for the side of Bloodhounds. At this point, we gotta be wondering. What has to be done differently? I thought Bloodhounds did a really good job the last game. I want to see them a little bit more aggressive. The Forgotten Ones were extremely aggressive, and there was a lot of times that I felt like the Bloodhounds could have punished them for doing so, but they just didn't. So if they're not going to be, exploiting the mistakes that the Forgotten Ones are making, I think they should just meet them head to head and battle it out. Especially with how good their team compositions are. Oh, Bocarasco deciding to show off the mythic skin, looking at locking in the Faramis, and he does decide to do it. Awesome hero selection. Let's see if they're going to be able to use this Faramis to shoo off the whole team. Now, Wanwan, again, we see Fendi picking up the Wanwan again. Wanwan absolutely a threat on the map. It's going to make it tough for that Faramis because I think she can cut through his shield without a whole lot of issues. Jay, hopefully we don't see another Edith, man. I'm hoping we don't see a whole lot of Edith. I really didn't see much coming from Edith. But that's just Ediths in general, I think. Oh, picking up the Boxia. That's a really good pick. That is a direct counter to the Faramis. You try to stack some heroes on top of the Faramis to save them with that Nether Realm, and they're gonna get a whole lot of turtle shell straight in the mouth. Ooga Booga and Kaze up to bat next. Who do we think should meet this 1-1 head to head? Honestly, I could see Claude being a relatively good pickup right now. Not because they can beat the 1-1 head up, but because they can utilize her attack speed against her while also being able to be shifty enough to avoid the damage coming from the Boxia. If you get hit by that Boxia, you are going to get hurt. Oh, he decides to up for Hexborg and locking it in on top of a Bane pick. Now, do I feel like we're in a position right now where an Hexborg is the best pick? I mean, I feel like it's honestly kind of early to be locking them in, especially because he doesn't synchronize extremely well with the Faramis. When that last Insanity pops, trying to keep yourself within that Nether Realm and keeping yourself safe under that protective cloak is a little bit tough. I know for me, whenever I try to play him, I personally am a culprit of overreaching. And if you overreach, you're going to lose out on that benefit of the Faramis. Quirky locking in the Nana. We see a lot of Nana picks. I think Nana back in the meta. I think that's safe to say. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong if you're listening, but I think Nana's meta. Straight into the final two bans for both teams. We're still waiting to see the EXP and the Roam for the Forgotten One side of the house. And I'm thinking that Bane is going to be going EXP. Or yeah, he's gonna have to. I think Bane is going to go EXP, and I think Tempest is going to decide to pick up a marksman, and then they're going to swap out, I think is what they're going to do. Oh, okay, they decided to go for it. That makes a lot of sense. That box, once he interjects, they're going to want to stack up on top of him. Yeah, that makes sense. Bruno, being an extremely strong, high burst damage marksman, definitely a threat no matter where you're at, especially when you've got somebody who's bouncing around all over the place like the Wanwan, super capable of threatening the entire team. Because with that ultimate, whenever Bruno pops that worldie, you have to keep yourself shoot off enough that you're not constantly keeping you and your own team under that pressure. Okay, we talked about it a little bit the last match, that threat of Minotaur is very real. But again, I mean, you're a Faramis, so maybe you could survive it. Maybe. Kenshin, we saw Kenshin absolutely cutting up a storm. The presence that he created across the map, as well as the damage that he did, was definitely one for the books. He put so much pressure on the Bloodhounds that they definitely were not within their respective comfort zones. Oh, and we see the Brody ban. Okay. Very surprising, being that he recently had his ultimate cooldown time nerfed by about 10 to 12%, and we also saw a damage decrease coming from that first skill use. So I'm honestly pretty surprised to see the Brody ban. Super strong hero, but definitely not a character that, in lieu of the recent patch notes, is the threat level that I would consider. Edith banned off, very surprising, especially because I don't see a whole lot of characters that the Edith would be countering. Interesting ban, but I'm sure it's for a reason. Jay up next for the pick, and I'll tell you what, I am stoked to see who he locks in with the Exborg, with the Faramis, with the Bane. CC isn't going to solve your problems. I think you need a burst. I think you guys need more burst damage. Yeah, you guys are going to have to burst through, because if you can keep Kaze's, that Exborg's health low enough. Oh, they decided to get Kenshin went with the Khalid, who's going to be able to open up some more sustain options for the team. That makes sense. That's a safe pick for the team. I'm wondering if they're hoping that Kenshin is going to be able to utilize the healing factors of the Khalid to be able to survive and waste the time of Exborg. Tempest locking in the Yuzong. Oh. Yasha picks the Kaja? I'm not sure how I feel about that, because now they don't have I guess Ooga Booga's going to go to the gold lane, but very non-conventional play style for this. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of pick-off capabilities for the Kaja. Like, I'm not seeing a whole lot, like, because you've got Farmus has his pull, right? And Kaja's got the Divine Judgment. Both of those can grab you and pull you, but the deadly catch of the Bane is like a push. Last Insanity in itself is going to be like a wild whip out damage, and then the Black Dragon is the Black Dragon, you know? I'm not seeing a whole lot of burst damage for the pulling effects of the Yasha and the Faramis to be utilized. Whereas Jay decided to lock in a Tigreal, which is absolutely going to play into the attack benefits of the Nana, of the Wanwan, of the Boxia. And then again, you know, depending on how they build this Khalid, if they decide to build him a little bit more tanky versus a little bit more damage based, I definitely think it could still open up some options. Imagine this. Imagine Faramis pops that Nether Realm, stages sets up a stage for his team to survive out things, and then boom, Tigreal pops Implosion, and and Boxia throws his entire body into that fight. Into the land of land of dawn we go. Whole lot of presence coming from the bloodhounds, getting really fast damage on that inner. Wow. Okay, so we see the X-Borg just cutting through, hoping that he's going to make it over to that Litha Wanderer fast enough. He's got 10 seconds. Is it going to be fast enough for him to cut through these minions? Probably not. So he's probably going to have to give up those options unless the Bloodhounds can continue to section them off. Boxia trying to be super present, getting straight into the Litha Wanderer. It looks like he popped his retribution for it too, surprisingly enough. But the benefit of that is it puts an awesome opportunity for the Bloodhounds to be invasive and try to shoo off the steal of this purple buff for the Boxy. Get an easy stun. Yasha has to get out of there. Kaze doing a whole lot of damage, popping that last insanity, but not securing a kill. Oh, but he does manage to take the Boxia, which is going to make it really difficult for that Boxia to develop. With a soft 600 gold lead, not very much, but most of that existing between the two jungles. That makes it very difficult for the Forgotten Ones to effectively challenge some of these objectives to come, especially being 20 seconds away from your first turtle. Boxia now has some catching up to do, all because he decided to pop that retribution on that Litha Wanderer. We see Fendi trying to fight off the Bane, definitely capable of doing it, but having that X-Borg around definitely is very intimidating. Starting to stage a setup for the first turtle interaction. Bloodhounds are going to be looking to collect with a 1,000 gold lead already at the 2-minute mark. Definitely is going to be hard to not get buried this game, especially with Yasha doing so well and being invasive on top of him. Oh, Boxia gets cut down. X-Borg takes an easy kill over. Kenshin, trying to survive, does manage to go down 2 Templars. Look at that team play. 300 gold now, a difference between the two teams. So that little advantage that the Bloodhounds did have already, almost completely gone. Right now, map's being super conservative, super quiet. Bane looking at trying to grab a soft crab, keeping himself in a lead that he can, but being in a position where he might be receiving a little bit of pressure soon. But Yasha trying to buff it out for him, being super hemmed up, implosion popping, and they are going to manage to get a kill on the Kaja. Not great for Bloodhounds. Even though they still have that fight. Oh, man. Beautiful last insanity pops. Bane pops the deadly catch, and they effectively cut down the Tigreal, as well as, maybe 1 or 2 minions. Not a huge win, but a win nonetheless that is going to open up a little bit of turret pressure from the Bane. And especially with that gold shield up, that's free money. Boca was looking to catch up that Quirky, took a little bit of damage and had to shoot themselves off. Bane got so much of that gold. Just like that, they're back into a 1,000 gold lead. Meanwhile, we see Templars and X-Borg trying to challenge with the Black Dragon popping right on top of them, hoping to get some more damage off of Kenshin, hoping to get that trickle damage, and Kenshin does manage to use that heal to keep himself safe. He is going to recall, but I would have loved to have seen him re-engage that fight. Not fight with them, but staging up just enough room for his team to stay safe, because now, just like that, they do lose the benefit of being able to retain their own jungle. So now we see 1,500 gold lead starting to slowly climb against the Forgotten Ones. Now, the Forgotten Ones, they're not out of it yet, right? They're not out of it. And the reason that I say that they're not out of it is they do still have a team composition that very well works against the Bloodhound side of the house. So long term, we might actually find that the Forgotten Ones might be winning more fights. Oh, wow. Hunter strike, Hunter strike. We're seeing some movement choices coming from the Bloodhound folks. Both decided to, oh man, we see a whole lot going on. Tigreal wrapping up Boca. Oh, Kaze taking a whole lot of damage, getting shoot up by that Boxy. It has to get out of there. Managed just to survive the storm, but he keeps coming back for more. Wow, good play. Boxy really not in a great position. Free kill for Bane. Went hunting and got a Turtle Man. We see Templars trying to walk up a little storm straight into the heart of the first lane turret. Once they get that, you know it's going to start opening up more options. They do manage to get a free kill on Jay, but they need to lock down this tower if they want to effectively start moving, because they've been managing to get good jungle interactions and they have managed to farm the jungle, but it's not been a safe bet yet. Even though they have done it, it is still not in their best interest to continue to keep doing it while that tower stands. Fendi was looking for a small interaction with the Yuzong, but Yuzong decided to shoo off. Can't say I blame him for that. You do not want to step against that 1-1. Kaze doing what Kaze does. Trying to get a little bit of free damage off on the Khalid, but Khalid, having those healing effects, just super negligible. Tigreal might have just made a mistake showing where he was. We are going to see a little bit of taunting coming from the side of the Bloodhounds, trying to reach out and shoo him off just to say, hey, we see you. Quirky taking a little bit of damage. Boca spam recalling. Not sure if I would do that after losing the first match. Oh, Last Insanity popping on Quirky. Is it going to be enough? We see the Molina's blessing saving her, bringing her back to life. Boca trying to get this an easy kill, but doesn't manage to do it. Boxia wraps up the X-Borg. Netherrealm pop, but Kenshin don't care. Kenshin on top of it. Quirky trying to take out the Yasha, but he goes down to the Kenshin. And now we're looking at a 2 with a chasing 3 starting on the Turtle. Ooga Booga, whole lot of pressure, capability, but is he going to be able to use it? Deadly catch, chewing through Kenshin, and the kill does get stolen by Boca. Boxia does manage to take the Turtle. And with the Turtle came a gold lead. 7-8 now. Forgotten Ones have finally taken the lead at the 8-minute mark. Will they be able to reserve the right to control? Fantastic job. We see Kaze locking in on that Little Wanderer. As an X-Borg, it's so nice to have that extra movement speed anywhere you can get it, because it just allows you to threaten not only with the Last Insanity, but your just normal everyday pressure coming from him. As his slowing effects wear you down, if you can't grip him, you will die. Ooga Booga, nice setup for defense. Going to force them to merge up. They do look like they're going for the kill, and it looks like they will manage to get it on Yasha. Fendi ripping through Boca Orozco's ultimate just like we said they would, but Boca uses the map terrain to successfully evade. Deadly catch, tries to pop, tries to take out Kenshin, but doesn't manage to do it. Boca trying to challenge it. And we see a little Molina trying to save. Oh man, Kaze does manage to take Nana. And now Kaze's in a bad position against Kenshin, and Kenshin will get a kill for it. 8-10, but these teams keep trading the lead. Boxia chewing through the Boxia, or Bane chewing through Boxia getting... I can't even talk. Templis pops the Black Dragon, looking to be super invasive and get this fight going. Tries to set up a coup on Emp, but Boxia does decide to take the high road and get out of there. Smart move for him. That 3v2, even with that Yuzong having low health, definitely would have gotten them in some trouble. Wasting no time, Fendi's going to start cutting into his own team's jungle. Something that's worth taking into account is both of these teams have a lot of physical damage, but especially this side of the Bloodhounds, right? So the reason that matters is whenever you're looking at the Bloodhounds composition, you're looking at some high burst but also sustained damage coming from the X-Board that can absolutely be countered with the use of something like an Antiquirus, while also managing to shut down some of the effects of the Bane. Not to mention the standing dragon effects of the Black Hounds. What do we see here? We see Tempest taking a whole lot of damage and having to get out of there. Implosion pops, but to no weight. Kenshin diving in there, trying to rip through Jay, not in a little bind. Fendi does manage to cut through Bocarasco. Right now, Nana is causing so much issues with her Molina's Blessing. Oh man, trade for trade. Faramis, right on top, cuts down the Nana. Tempest cuts through Kenshin. They cut down Wan. We see one man standing left on the F1 side of house. Meanwhile, we see 3 heroes stand and rise to the task on the side of the Bloodhounds. And it looks like they want to be super aggressive with it, but without the whole lot of presence coming from the minions, they're not going to be able to do much. They will be able to safely secure this second tier turret on the mid lane, while also start a nice jungle invasion. With a roughly 3,000 gold lead, the Bloodhounds again take a positive push on all portions of the map and manage healthy control. The question is will it be enough? Boxy using his roll and rye just to get up in the fight, but now he's taking a little bit of damage and won't have the ability to just swing in and out of the match and take an easy retribution based Lord. So now he's almost forced to wait. Bloodhounds absolutely being in a controlling position on the map. Oh man, Bocarasco decides to go home. Is that going to be a good idea? It looks like the team is definitely at a disadvantage right now. And knowing that, they do decide to shoo off and put a little bit of lane pressure on. The F1 folks, Forgotten One, is going to start staging for a nice tower or a nice Lord challenge. Meanwhile, we see Emperor Miho camping in a bush, waiting for them to make a mistake and be super invasive. But good on you, Templars, being present where you are, giving nice healthy vision, going to have to shoo him off, popping up some of those stun moves. They do start to try to lock down that Kaja, but that getaway speed is just too fast. We do see Kaze starting up on it. Black Dragon popped up, trying to hem up. Petrify happens, and just like that, Quirky goes down. Xborg putting in the work on the Lord. Meanwhile, the Bloodhounds safely shoo off the enemy team. Beautiful gameplay coming from the Bloodhounds. Again, 13 to 14 kills, you know, with the Forgotten Ones having the advantage in terms of kills. But again, kills don't win matches. I say it and I say it and I say it. And that's the exact reason why they're almost 6,000 gold behind. They've lost most of their map. And granted, they're not trailing by a whole lot and are still in the fight. But now they have work to come. They have work to do if they want to stay in the fight. And they've got a Lord, Lustrous Lord, making his way downtown on the bottom lane. Now, let's hope that the Bloodhounds don't get too overly invasive and start biting the nail. Because if they start that team fight now and lose it, they're not going to be able to help that Lord push. Oh, beautiful cut securing that second tier lane. Beautiful gameplay. Instead of fighting for it, just cutting the lane and allowing the minions to do the work. Lord is going to be able to get a nice entry push into the primary Nexus base. And it looks like the Bloodhounds with their setup managed to get a beautiful 1 and 3 split push on the top and bottom lane, making it super hard to defend. FJ taking a whole lot of damage. Netherrealm popping. Just and so beautiful. Kenshin and Jay both went down. Fendi fighting for the life. Fendi goes down in the base. Emperor not liking the position that he's in, taking a whole lot of damage. And just like that, it's just Quirky. It is just Quirky. No Molina's Blitz to save you here. Bloodhounds chew through the second game and secure the second win. What a game. What a game. The score is now 1-1 in the first match of the night between the Forgotten Ones and the Bloodhounds. I said it last time that I thought that the Bloodhounds were going to be a little bit more aggressive in this gameplay because they weren't able to punish the Forgotten Ones for being aggressive in the last game, and they did manage to do that, and they did manage to take the fight back to them, and were able to safely secure their first win, making it a 1-1 in a best of 3. So in this final game, we will see which team will rise. So the nice thing about this, right? The nice thing about this is that it's not like one of these teams loses and then they're just directly out of it. Because to the best of my knowledge, the NAEC is going off of a score point system. So the more matches you win and the less you lose is going to allow you to be higher or lower seeding than other teams. So even if you can't manage to beat the Bloodhounds or you can't manage to beat the Forgotten Ones, if you're doing well in the overall of your teams, of your team fights, you will still move on to the playoffs. So regardless of what team wins or loses this, you're talking about 2 wins to 1 loss for either team, right? And that's still a nice positive control push. Man, my heart's still racing. My heart is still racing from that awesome gameplay that we just got to bear witness to. I think at this point, both teams are definitely going to have that higher blood pressure. Both teams know that they have to make something happen this match if they want to secure this best of 3 series. But who do I think is going to take it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think that I think I'm rooting for the Forgotten Ones. You know, do I think the Forgotten Ones are better? Sure, yeah. I think they're super good. They are a good team. You know, that is evident with their ability to play and play well against somebody like the Bloodhounds. The reason that I want to see the Bloodhounds drop isn't because I don't like them, but who doesn't want to see the underdog win? You know, it's a Cinderella story. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the Average Joe's Dodgeball movie, but I feel like that's what we're watching over here. Like, it could go either way. Both teams are pulling wins. Both teams are being super competitive. The difference is one of these is a top-tier team. So I think that in terms of experience, Bloodhounds definitely take the advantage. But who doesn't love a Cinderella story, you know? I'm excited. I'm excited to get into this third match. We have, again, 6 best of 3 matches happening tonight. And that's a whole lot of work. So if I do come off as a little bit passive and I'm not, you know, ranting at you the whole time, please show some love and understand that I'm up in here representing. I do feel like I'd love it. Somebody up in here with me. The only person trailing in these matches is me. All love though. I'm so stoked for the MOBA Guild community to have invited me out to be able to cast these matches and show, you know, not only a little bit of love to me, but get to show some love back. Shout out to MOBA Uninstall, the big homie. Without further ado, let's get into the third in the best of 3 match between the Forgotten Ones and the Bloodhounds. Jay, always in that S1 slot. Oh, man. So, at this point, Xborg has been an absolute menace. And Xborg has been on the winning team of the match. He's been on the winning side of the field both times that he's come up. Okay, we do see the Faramis ban. Yeah, makes sense. I wonder if we're going to see the Xborg ban, though. I wonder if we're going to see the Xborg ban just because that Xborg has been so effective in some of these games. We can already guess that we're going to see another Nolan ban. I think if Valentina If one of these teams can lock into Valentina, could be super nice. But I also wonder if Quirky's going to decide to lock in Nana for the third game in a row. I don't typically see so many Nanas, but I feel like within the last couple of days, whenever you're looking at some of these competitive matches, whether it's in the NAEC or the FCT, as in the North American region, we are seeing a lot of Nanas being played, and all of these Nanas have been doing exceedingly well. So I know you guys have heard me joke about Nana being in the meta, but I am genuinely serious when I say that she is a threat. That Molina's Blitz go burr. Juan finally gets banned off, but weirdly enough, it is by the Forgotten Ones. Fendi wasn't feeling it. I think if the Forgotten Ones want to be more successful, I think they have to play to the fight. What do I mean by that? I mean, they need to play together, right? Oh, we see another Lunox ban. Yep. They need to play together. If they don't bind together like they were in the first game, they're going to find themselves in a fighting position, trying to outfight the experienced Bloodhounds. And again, it's not impossible, but it is difficult. Bo Carrasco being such a good leader within their team, being such an effective captain. I mean, he has to be, otherwise you wouldn't have a top 5 North American team. At the same time, though, the Forgotten Ones have been putting up an extremely good fight, and even though they lost the second match, they still did very well. I'm honestly excited because with all of these different teams coming up, that, some of them that I did. Oh, we see a Nana ban. Oh, man. Bye-bye, Quirky. I definitely think we're going to have a really cool NACT to come up in the springtime. I think that we're going to see a lot of really good teams that we've never seen before, because there are so many pop-up teams right now that have been absolutely killing it. Emperor Miho decides to take advantage of the Nolan. Oh man, Bloodhounds might not like that one. But at the same time, Valentina is also open and Bo Carrasco sees it. Oh, look at that beautiful skin. Gotta be a moisturizer. Gotta be a moisturizer. Nolan is definitely one to threaten the map, and I want to see the Valentina take advantage of that fracture and put it right back in his face. Otherwise, you're going to be taking a lot of damage. Vale is a good hero, and that is a nice skin, but you are not just playing against the Nolan. Come on, Boca. Oh man, they do decide to lock in the Vale, and I hope they make it work. Arlet's a really good hero to pair with the Vale, though. The beautiful final slash set coming from the Arlet definitely opens up so many opportunities for the Vale. But again, that fracture of Nolan is just so potent. Even if you're slipping and sliding and cutting through the enemies, you can definitely be in a position where you're not having fun as soon as you get hit by that. 1 rift, 2 rift fracture, and just like that, you need a cast. Kenshin decides to lock in the Terizla, and Fendi locking in the Bruno. We are seeing an extremely meta team coming out of the side of Forgotten Ones. All 3 of these heroes being within, what we could consider that S tier of their class, respectively, is going to create a very threatening field as long as they are fluent in these heroes for the side of Bloodhounds. Now, with all of that being said, we do see the Terizla probably going to be locking in and keeping that flicker. We're going to see the Bruno using that flicker, and then we're going to see blink effects on all 3 of those heroes, including the Terizla's penalty zone. And I think they kind of lack mobility. They're kind of a little bit slow. So I'm wondering if they're going to be able to utilize a little bit of a little bit of maybe like a Rafaela or somebody of that nature where they can open up some more of their speed movements, because not having the option of Mathilda makes Nolan such a threat. But I think a Rafaela or somebody that's going to open up some of these movement speeds would definitely be in their favor, because right now they just don't have it. Templars picking up the Bane, wondering if we're going to see him again on the gold lane. We do see an export ban. Told you we were going to see that. We called it. I'm not used to seeing a whole lot of players picking Bane and slotting them onto the gold lane, but the Bloodhounds absolutely made it happen. So maybe I'm gonna be a gold lane Bane man. Only time will tell. Kaja and Tigreal both getting banned out. Right now, I would definitely probably ban another roam option. Because, again, that ban could be played on the gold lane. And and they do decide to go with the Atlas. I just wouldn't take the chances for that Bane going somewhere else. Bane, being such a strong, hard-hitting character, is actually, I would say it's on par with the ability of Bruno. Oh, Yasha decides to lock in the Minotaur. Again, I said it earlier, one of the best tanks at the moment, one of the best roams at the moment, because of their ability to sustain so much damage and then also heal. You throw on a couple extra healing items, and just like that, boom, bada bing, you're in a match. Stack that too. If that Minotaur can help with that Arlet, with the Veil, you can get some really good CCs. But you know who is open? A Diggy. They decided to not go for the Diggy, but they absolutely could have. All of the CC effects on that side of the house, a Diggy could have been a threat. They decide to lock in on the Valentina, though, which is obviously a good pick, especially when you start talking about that Minoan Fury. And Jay decides to lock in on the Edith again. Not sure if that's going to go the way they want it to go. That single stun might not be enough to sustain out for those big team fights. The damage will be nice, but you've already got a sustained damage coming from that from the Bruno. So hopefully it doesn't clash too much. It's tough right now because I think a Dominance Ice could almost take out the entirety of that meta build we're seeing. You see that Dominance Ice is going to be able to slow down the attack rate of the Bruno and the Edith, while also cutting down the sustainability coming from the Terizala, the Bruno, and the Edith. Definitely could be a composition to threaten. Right off the bat, I do think that even though Forgotten Ones has a more what I consider to be meta build, I do think I like the diversity in the Bloodhounds. Most of their team being a team fighting composition, but still having a couple split push capabilities, because we don't see a whole lot of pick off capable characters coming from the side of the Forgotten Ones. So I'm not sure that they're going to really be able to shut down this Fanny. If Arlott and Fanny stack up on each other with anybody else, either one of them, with any other heroes, you might be seeing a death. So, in my opinion, Bloodhounds winning the early draft, but who will win the game? Right away, we're going to see Jay trying to get towards the middle of the map, trying to give a little bit of vision, trying to see what the enemy team's going to be doing. Meanwhile, he's missing the entire team time that they're 3-manning this. I'm not sure why we got a pause. Must be a technical difficulty somewhere on the side of the map. I'll tell you what, though. The Bloodhounds going straight away into that 3-manning that purple buff creates such a fast early game rotation, especially on a character like Fanny, where she's already got really high burst damage. Let me see if I can find out what's going on here. suspicious. No, I'm just kidding, folks. I do wonder what we got going on, though. I want to push continue the game. Should I click it? Let me ask somebody. Okay, we're back in the match. Looks like we got to figure it out. But yeah, those early assistance with those rotation definitely creates a threat presence from the Fanny. Not wasting any time to get across the map. Quirky trying to give a little bit of vision, helping Jay start trying to reap some of the side creeps from Fanny. Fanny not really too worried about it, I'm sure. Yasha giving vision of that Litha Wanderer. That extra movement speed for the Fanny is definitely going to be humongous. I think they might start it. If I were Quirky in them, I would probably try to challenge that Litha Wanderer. Even if you can't secure it, challenging it and giving it, forcing that buff to go to somebody else other than the Fanny would definitely be a winning situation for them. It does look like they are going to start on it and do manage to secure it. Ooga Booga and Fenny getting to know each other. Meanwhile, we got Kenshin and Arlet doing exactly what EXP laners do, just punching each other right in the face and hoping that nobody sees anything. Arlet being smart, trying to cut into the Fanny's reap pool. You know, cutting away some of that jungle is definitely a great way to get yourself growing. We do see Fanny looking to go hunting. Nolan sees her, does decide to pop the fracture, gets a whole lot of damage on her. Cutthroat pops but doesn't secure it out. Oh, Kenshin about to put him down. Oh, Nolan gets the kill though, but does go down himself to the Minotaur. 1-for-1 trade, but it does go, in my opinion, in the benefit of the Forgotten One side of the house, because that's a kill for Nolan, which means he's going to get a little bit more gold from that than the assist that the Fanny was going to get. Vale popping up a whole lot of damage. Jay trying to brush it off, though. Fendi trying to get a nice secure on Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga pops his flicker as well, though, and manages to shoo away. It looks like he's hoping that he's going to get that ultimate just in time to cast that deadly catch and clear the lane before giving it up. And great play too, I think, because if he doesn't, then he was going to give up a bunch of gold unnecessarily to the Bruno. Wow, Nolan getting double kills on his side of the map. Wow, we just missed a whole little fight. But it looked like Nolan got some kills, 3-1-1, managed to get 2 kills and an assist. That's going to make the Nolan a threat. Again, we talked about it before. The snowball capabilities of the Nolan. If you feed him out, he will fight you on it. So now, just like that, the Forgotten Ones have got about a 2,000 gold, almost 3,000 gold lead. We see Fendi starting to put some pressure, trying to get a little bit of gold, trying to scare that Ooga Booga back into his spot. We see Kaze looking to be invasive, but knowing if he gets caught up by that Edith while Fracture is around, he will not be happy. Oh man, taking a whole lot of damage from Quirky. Has to go home. Forgotten Ones playing exceedingly well. Ooga Booga finally getting Hunter Strike, going to get that little bit of movement speed, which is going to help them long term against that Fendi if he wants to survive it. What is this? We see a final slash pop up, little stun coming from Jay, ripping into him. Final slash. Oh, what penalty zone, receding back into it. Templis fighting for his life. Minotaur gets a nice kill, but so does Valentina on the Arlet. Fanny cuts through the Terizala. Fight 1 to side Bloodhounds. Fendi finally getting that Haas clause as well. So now we're going to see a whole lot of pressure coming from him as he finally gets some crit options and he gets some sustain options. Being a hero that's not super dependent and is very effective at managing to cut lanes, Fendi will be a threat on this Bruno. Even though we see him 0-0-0, right? We still see him being almost at the top of the board, being just 100 gold behind some of his other teammates. Oh, wow, what is this? We see the Bloodhounds being super invasive, trying to flush out that bottom turret. Oh, Minoan Fury popped against Yasha by the Valentina. Will take him out and give a free kill to the Bruno. Windslash tries to take out Quirky, but just doesn't make it happen. Bruno, using his newfound opportunity, wants to cut into the crab and take it. Oh, Fracture secures an easy kill on Bocarasco. 9-3 with a 2,000 gold lead. Final Slash tried to pop on that Fendi, but Worldy was just too fast and cut him down. So kill after kill after kill, just like that. Fendi is 3-0. Quirky in a really bad spot. Fanny looking to secure, but it looks like he's going to get secured himself for it. Minoan Fury pops, and just like that, Jay is into wreaking havoc on Yasha. And Emp secures an unchallenged turtle. Yasha trying to sustain through this through Fendi's fight, but as soon as he gets, I think that the Fendi should be looking at popping or picking up a Berserker Fury soon to really be able to isolate and maximize that crit damage that he's going to have. Ooga Booga eating the face of a fracture but still surviving out with not a whole lot of health. Vale does manage to go down. Kenshin taking a whole lot of damage from a beautiful deadly catch placed by Ooga Booga, goes down with the assist of the tower. Arlet, beautiful final slash and set with kill on the Nolan. And just like that, Bloodhounds are putting themselves back in the fight. Still trailing by about 3,000 gold, 14 kills to 6 kills. Again, still trailing. And the Forgotten Ones also have positive control over the map, leading by 1 tower. So not a huge lead, but it is a mid lane tower, so they're going to have safer invasions. Wow, Windslash cutting through, countered by that Valentina. Oh man, we see Cutthroat just not do enough damage. Quirky's going to get out of there safe and sound. Fendi trying to fight off, doing his best. Final slash, getting on him. Oh man, Hosclaws really keeping him in the fight. Beautiful 2-for-none trade in benefit. Beautiful tower defense coming from Fendi. Wow, what a play. Templis and Yasha tried their luck, and Fendi fought them tooth and nail, and with no health came out on top. Beautiful gameplay from the Forgotten Ones. With that being said, neither team being too overly conservative right now with their playstyles, and both still looking to capture these primary objectives. I'll tell you what, the Forgotten Ones have been doing so much of a better job in being present in the objectives fights, especially in comparison to the first game. They do manage to get another unchallenged turtle, leading by about 4,000 gold. The Bloodhounds are in a hot seat. Templis, facing that fracture, gets cut down by the Nolan. Now Bocarasco looking down a 3v1 lane if they decide to pressurize it. Ooga Booga showing up to try to show some love. It is enough to scare off the Forgotten Ones. Kenshin being a little bit deep, but still being at Terizla, I'm sure he's not too worried about it. I love that Kenshin is always so aggressive in the enemy team's jungle. Nolan does get a kill on the Bane, though. Meanwhile, Bruno manages to secure another tower. See a little bit of pressure. We see Windstorm popping up, puts Kenshin in a tough spot where he's going to take a whole lot of damage. Penalty zones to get out of it, and does manage to survive and take Yasha as a free trophy. Beautiful escape from Terizla. 5,000, almost 6,000 gold lead now in the Forgotten Ones. The Bloodhounds aren't out of it, but they have to play more cohesively. The Forgotten Ones have been doing a fantastic job in all series, in all games, at meeting them head-to-head in these team fights and always taking the upper hand. We do see a beautiful final slash coming from the Arlet, but again, Kenshin just buffs out the damage, not too worried about it. Oh, wow, Cutthroat does secure a nice kill on Valentina, but goes himself to Kenshin. Ooh, Windstorm took all the health from Fendi and allowed Arlet a beautiful secure. Looked like Ooga Booga finally got his boots finished, deciding to go with a cooldown reduction of 20% is going to allow him to start spamming out some of his skills, increasing the threat level expectedly by about 20%. Trying to put some pressure up, but again, when we talked about the Forgotten Ones doing such a good job in having a present team that shoos off teams, it just makes it so hard to effectively dive on any of these towers. The Bloodhounds actually haven't gotten even a single tower yet. Oh, Yasha in deep with the Minoan Fury. Valentina does take him out though. So just like that, we're looking at a Lord with no roam present. How are they going to go with this? Oh, Fendi taking a whole lot of damage, but no biggie. He's got his Haas Claws on. He's back in the fight full of health. Quirky and Jay trying to be present enough to shoo off, but we see Deadly Catch popping up. Ooga Booga not being able to do much with it, though. It looks like Nolan is going to be able to secure, with no health, the Lord. It would have been so funny. I honestly kind of expected the Lord to kill him. I thought we were going to see a 1-for-1 trade for Nolan with Lord. Beautiful map control coming from the side of the Forgotten Ones, trying to put away the third game of the match, the final game of the series, really, in the best of 3 against the Bloodhounds. Man, it looks like they're getting ready to start walking it up. We see a 4-man stack, 5-man stack on the mid lane coming from the Bloodhounds, and we see 3 heroes just there present to get ready to receive it and block them off. Kaze looking for a free kill if he can. Emp decides to dive behind the team and is looking for a free kill on Bocarasco, and it does look like he's going to get it. Windslash is gone. Nolan takes out Bane with him as well. Yasha in a really bad spot, taking a whole lot of damage. Meanwhile, Lord is looking to walk it up through the main base. Templis has to go play defense now with Fanny. You have to go play defense now with Fanny. The Lord manages to be present enough to take that first inner turret. And meanwhile, we got minions up the kazoo walking through, and they're cutting through that Nexus. And just like that, they secure the third game of the series. 2-1, best of 3 goes in favor of the Forgotten Ones. That's Cinderella story, man. Cinderella story. I know the Bloodhounds are not happy about that. Trailing the entirety of that game definitely creates an unsatisfied feeling. It makes me wonder, man. It makes me wonder, honestly. Do we think that the tides are changing? Are we in a position where we almost can't say anybody is a top North American team because there's so many of these, I don't want to call them keep calling them pop-up squads, but so many of these newer squads that are showing up to the scene and just absolutely wreaking havoc. So does that mean that the top 10 is invalid? Does that mean that the last NAEC didn't matter? No, I don't think it makes a huge effect on those top 2, top 3 teams. You know, we all know who I'm talking about, especially when they're getting to the World Series. But I do think that it means that maybe some of these other teams aren't what we thought they were going to be. I'm definitely excited This next matchup, we're going to see the Bloodhounds right back in it again. The Bloodhounds are going to now be up against the 9 Thieves. So the Bloodhounds, I kind of feel bad for them after taking that 2-1 loss. They got to be a little bit stressed out, and they got to be pretty. Their blood's got to be boiling, and I wonder if they're going to be able to try to take it out on the 9 Thieves. But the 9 Thieves are coming in super level-headed, maybe a little bit anxious for the gameplay, especially knowing that it's the Bloodhounds. But with that being said, you know what I'm saying? I feel like the Bloodhounds are going to be having a hard time effectively getting their heads back into the fight. I think that this first match we can expect a bunch of mistakes, not because that's the Bloodhounds' nature, but just because of the tension between the team. I know Boca's got to be upset. Man, what do I think they could have done differently? I know I said it about a million times. I think that the Bloodhounds, they have to take advantage of some of the team comps. Their drafts have been beautiful the whole way through, but I don't feel like the cohesion was there. So, what are you doing? You know? I'm not sure, because if they would have played to their advantages, they definitely have the skill and experience to really put the Forgotten Ones away, especially in the earlier parts of that third match against the Forgotten Ones. But you know, they just didn't. And like I said, I know they got to be upset after that. It's tough. It's tough. But I definitely think we're going to be having a really interesting NACT coming up next. Like, again, where I said all these different teams are coming up out of nowhere and being extremely good. You know, it's not even that like we're finding out that the top 10 teams are actually bad, but we're finding out that there's so many more good players within the North American scene who just haven't had their time to show yet. I think we're finally getting to the point where they get to show themselves. But without a further ado, let's get into the first of this best of 3 game series between the Bloodhounds and the 9 Thieves. So, right off the bat, you know, we've been seeing a lot of the Lunox bans. I think that we're going to be seeing that. We're going to see probably another Nolan ban, especially after the Bloodhounds just had to deal with that and really didn't like it. I definitely think it's going to be an up there pick. I just want to take a second to say I love some of these names, man. I love the 9 Thieves. They are so funny to me. I think Womp Womp is one of my favorite names to have ever been utilized. On top of that, we got MOBA Beef. They are so funny. Bloodhounds owned by Boca Roscoe and the 9 Thieves owned by Moon Pie, both really good teams. 2 of the strongest seeds that from my own opinion, within the series. Could be anyone's game. Again, I do think that the Bloodhounds are more likely to have a couple mistakes within their gameplay just because of high tension levels between the teams. But Boca Roscoe, if they can keep their if they can keep their head level, and and just breathe themselves back into this next game, they can absolutely set themselves up for success. But if not, then 9 Thieves might get an early free game. We see the Nolan ban, we see the Guinevere ban, we see a Wan, as well as the Lunox. All of these are pretty traditional bans, especially within the current meta. Who does Boca Roscoe want to lock down, though? Probably not a whole lot. I think it's more of I think there's a better chance that they're going to up one of the other teammates, because I don't think Boca likes to pick that S1 slot. Oh, and they do decide to lock in the Kaja. I wonder if they're locking in the Kaja for somebody else. I wonder if Yasha's going to want the Kaja and they're just going to shoo it off. Time will tell. Oh, man. Love T, dude. T makes so many moves happen. They're one of my favorite players, definitely, to watch nowadays. Cohen locking in an easy Valentina, You know, even though he's not benefiting directly from the Kaja, the Divine Judgment's cool. But again, that forces an entire changed gameplay for how you would initially want to draft for the Bloodhounds. Because now, if they pick a bunch of ultimate heavy heroes, they're going to lose those out, especially in the combination against the Minotaur and Valentina. So at this point, I mean, I don't want to say pick a diggy, but I know it's got to be going through their heads. I know that option has got to be sitting somewhere in their heads, because if the 90s pick up a bunch of CC based heroes, then they absolutely could. And I know the show of the Minotaur definitely makes it wannabe, but you know, with the Valentina already present on the map, it's going to make it hard to lock that hero in. Kaze decides to lock in the Fanny and stack it on top of the Arlet, starting to open up some of these fighting options. But again, I want to see more heroes that are going to be able to be utilized with the Kaja and do a little bit more high burst damage. Whether it's a Clint or a Bruno, options are available. T decides to lock in the Martis. Let's hope Martis is fast, because Fanny is a tough contender. Hey, big shout out to the viewers. We are at 69 views, and that's a pretty nice number. All love. Man, oh man. Valentina, Minotaur, Martis. That is a 3-man. That is a tough matchup. It doesn't have the speed that the Fanny, Arlet, and Kaja have, but diversity and options. It will be going without saying that Valentina will absolutely, if they know how to use the Arlet hero, that final slash could absolutely be super effective in just stacking CC on CC for that Martis. If T can, follow up with his claws and really stiff neck him after that final slash pops utilized by Khan, definitely could be a great opportunity to do a whole lot of damage. They decided to shoo off the Yuzong and a Navaria. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think the Bloodhounds want to deal with a whole lot of extra CC. Again, there's already a lot of CC being present for picking a Fanny. And with that Valentina up, the Diggy is just not a safe pick. They do decide to go with the carry ban. Carry ban is funny for me, because again, we do see so many of the tank carries doing so well. Tank carry go burr. That's what they say, right? Womp womp, showing off some of his cool, funky skins. The Vulcan skin is, it's interesting. I'm not sure if he's showing off all of his super cool skins right now, but I want to know what he's got going on in his mind. Uranus could definitely be a cool pick to slot with your team, but Lapu again, that's like the perfect fighter. With range and stuns and shields, Lapu wields destruction. Womp womp. Yasha picking up the Harley. Oh man, Ooga Booga was looking at Alucard. I hope they don't pick Alucard. Bloodhound's taking a very aggressive team composition stance right now. Not a whole lot of team fighting capabilities. Does lock in the Bane, which is a little bit better. But still, I mean, we don't see a whole lot of team fighting capability coming from the composition that the Bloodhounds have chose. They chose an extremely aggressive and extremely abrasive comp that, if they're not playing smart, can be super punished in some of these team fights. Graham locking in the Brody after some of the nerfs. He's definitely not as strong as he was. We do see Bocarasco doing a little swap and switch. So we're going to be seeing a mid lane Harley with a roaming Kaja. Bruno not being where they want to be, but or Brody not being where they want to be, but still being a strong hero. Womp Womp showing off the collector Lapu Lapu skin. I didn't even notice. Man, look at that. I'm going to get that skin. I'm going to get that skin. I'm working on it right now. Dude dropped $30 bajillion to get that thing. Pre-release. That's what I heard. Womp Womp with the biggest wallet in all the Mobile Legends. Oh, man. Well, here we are. 4th game of the night. Am I dead yet? Soon. Harley bringing a whole lot of different destructive capabilities. I think if they can keep Martis from overly developing too early, they could definitely set themselves in a position where they can still definitely put this aggressive composition at an advantage. But that's going to be super dependent on how they play. I would definitely, especially with that assault-based, we do see MLBB being super invasive inside of the Bloodhounds jungle. You know, even if they're not getting a whole bunch of kills, that pressure does slow them down so much. And again, if that Fanny, a character that is so strong early on, isn't developing fast enough, especially with the assault-based team comp, it's going to make it hard for them to do what they want to do. Oh, we do see a pause. It wasn't me, I swear. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back into business. We do see the 9 Thieves being super aggressive and managing to obtain an early Lethal Wanderer. MLBB having a little bit of damage taken to him, but with his heal, handy dandy. Not too worried about it. Shooing off, looking to make his way down to the gold lane, show face, and try to scare back Ooga Booga. T setting himself up to be a little bit aggressive against Kaze, especially with the level 4 advantage. But now it goes both ways. T not getting the damage that they wanted to get, taking a little bit of buff damage out from Kaze. Fanny Cutthroat cuts down Martis. Tough early game composition. If you don't have those CCs readily available, you should not be pressing into that Fanny. MLBB wants all the beef. I'm really excited to see this Lapu Lapu. 100%. Lapu Lapu is one of my favorite heroes to watch play because of his diversity and in his play style. And I definitely think he could bring the heat to Tempest. With that being said, Arlitt cuts straight through him. And it makes me look like I don't know what I'm talking about. Thanks. We do see a little bit of an interaction coming from this on top of this turtle. Tempest looking to get himself in just enough to try to hem up the T, but T does manage to easily secure the first turtle at the 2-minute and 40 mark match. Oh man, I thought we were going to see a Divine Judgment pop on MLBB, but I'm glad they didn't. With Valentina right around the corner, it makes it so hard to try to want to isolate a hero, especially the tank. It looks like they're going to get ready to push into this this tower and get some free gold. Ooga Booga looking to stir up some trouble. Is he going to use up his deadly catch? It looks like the answer is no. I think maybe he knows that they are there and is trying to shoo off for that reason. Kaze trying to get a Lethal Wanderer themselves, but it looks like... Oh, they did it. They did get it. Okay. Yasha being a little bit deep. Minoan Fury pops, but so does Final Slash. Trying to set each other. Kasha does go down. T trying to get it secure on the Boca Roscoe. Does manage to get it. And the kill from Killing Spree does give enough health back that he's going to be able to survive out and get back to his farm. Beautiful gameplay coming from the Minotaur and Martis. We do see Kaze trying to get some damage off on Cone, but finds his way against the MLBB and has to retreat. Now Yasha is going to have to fight his way out of a storm, bringing up now 4-2 to 2-3 fight. T Being in a bad spot against Tempest, they have to retreat. Arlet pops final slash, but it whiffs. T getting out of there. Enough damage coming from the deadly magic of Harley does go down, and so does MLBB with him. Bravest Fighter pomps from Womp Womp on Tempest, looking to get some revenge inside of the river. Will they get it? Doesn't look like it. Tempest gets out of there. We see Cutthroat cutting down Valentina. Womp Womp in a bad spot. Gonna have to shoo off. Pops his flicker to get back to safety. Props to him. I wouldn't have been fast-fingered enough to get out of there. We do see a 6-3 lead on the side of Bloodhounds with a 2,000 gold benefit. Not a very big benefit at the 5-minute mark, but a benefit nonetheless. Valentina taking a little bit of damage from that Bocarrasco's deadly magic again. That was the one big thing that I said, before, was that that magic damage, that burst, if you can land it, will absolutely take its toll. Minoan Fury pops. T manages to shoo his way off. Lapu Lapu does manage to cut down the enemy, but Womp Womp trying to buff it out. Divine Judgment is trying to take him down, and Deadly Catch finally does it. Arlet takes one with him, but goes down to the Brody himself. We are looking at a 3-man to 3-man standing fight. 2,000 gold still in the lead, benefiting the side of Bloodhounds. Meanwhile, the Bloodhounds also have an equal footing in the map control. No towers have dropped yet for either side of the map. Bocarrasco, kill after kill, doing what the Harleys do. Harleys are one of the best heroes for just consistently assassinating heroes. And I think it might scare some of these 9 Thieves folks into picking up an Athena's Shield really soon. Which, honestly, would make it kind of tough to have to do. I mean, granted, that in itself would take pretty much that Harley out of the fight. But being that they don't really have any high burst magic damage heroes outside of the Harley, definitely makes it seem like you really have to pick up one item to show off a single hero, which just isn't fun. Fanny does manage to secure a purple buff. Super aggressive is the side of Arlet, but sees Womp Womp next to MLBB and has to shoo his way off. Looks like he's going to try to set Lapu Lapu to get out of there. Final slash pops, but on minions, and it looks like he is now going to have to use his newfound opportunity to rotate. Lapu Lapu does take Kaja. Meanwhile, we see a 3-person pressure coming from the side of 9 Thieves to try to shy Ooga Booga off, but Deadly Catch to Deadly Catch. Cone is not where they want to be, having to shoo his way off. Man, taking a whole lot of pressure. 9 Thieves are just absolutely eating it on their EXP lane. Kaze doing a fantastic job of just keeping pressure applied. High fights all over the map. Khan looks like they're going down again for the 4th time, I think, to, the 4th time to this Harley. Kaze does secure another relatively unchallenged tower. We are seeing a whole lot of pressure. It looks like they're going to die for it, and Kaze does get a secure on the Martis kill. 4,000 gold, and slowly growing is the deficit that the 9 Thieves are in. Womp Womp pops Bravest Fighter, trying to engage the Bloodhound folks just enough, but Final Slash catches him, and his shields are keeping him in thanks to MLBB's shield. Pops Minoan Fury, and it looks like they're in a bad spot, but they might just get out of there. Tempest, being one shot away from going down, does go down to the Valentina. Bocarrasco, now being on the end of some damage, does manage to get out of there just in time. Beautiful retreat coming from the 9 Thieves. Beautiful coverage from each other, and that's the type of friendship play that I like to see. Because at the end of the day, that's really all Mobile Legends is oh, Womp Womp cut straight through by the combination of Deadly Magic and top of Cutthroat. We see Deadly Catch Pap, and they do manage to get a nice secure on the Valentina, but will it be enough? Kaze and Ooga Booga both leaving the area with a little bit of health. Martis now on the patrol. Without ultimates on deck, are they going to be able to secure something? Moba Beef trying to get some stuns up, but does go down to Kaze, but Kaze also cuts through the Martis. They win the 2v2 and further gap the 9 Thieves. Final Slash pops up on Grim, but under tower and doesn't manage to make anything happen from it. Now, Bloodhounds are leading by 4,000 gold at the 9 minute and 30 minute mark. 9 minute and 30 second mark. Right now, the 9 Thieves, they're playing well, but they need to play a little bit more within their own jungle. They need to play smart and cover each other's laps. They're trying to get into some of these small fights, but again, that Fanny and that Harley, if you're running around by yourself, they will kill you, especially if you don't have any CCs present. And the 9 Thieves, they have a really nice draft. I honestly prefer their draft overall, but if you're not utilizing your CCs against these non-CC heroes, you are going to lose your fights, because that's where their pressure comes from. We do see a 4-man stand-up near the Lord, going to be making it hard for Moba to get in there, taking a whole lot of pressure, pops Minoan Fury, but not able to do anything with it. Valentina goes down. Oh man, Cutthroat cutting through everybody. Kaja, 1, 2 kills. Oh, but goes down to the Fanny. The entire 9 Thieves team has wiped in a team fight. Man. Without enough minions to really take it home, it looks like they're going to start setting up to try to take this this Lord. Good on them. Beautiful gameplay. They are going to have enough minions to start trying to pierce the 2nd tier, and they do manage to take the 2nd tier tower. And if I were them, honestly, I would make my way up and try to secure at least one more tower from it. But Womp Womp, quick to the game, going to be shooing it off. Boca Roscoe manages to secure the first Lord of the match. $7,000 gold behind. The 9 Thieves have got some work to put in. Right now, we saw Lapu Lapu picked up the Athena shield, which is definitely a smart move to try to shoo off that Harley, because 6, 2, and 7 is frightening, but not nearly as frightening as that 10-0-3 that Kaze is repping on the Fanny. But with that being said, we see a bunch of the heroes picking up the Dreadnought armor to try and bring down the sustained physical damage coming from the that skill 1 of Fanny. Lord starting to make his way into it. Meanwhile, their Bloodhounds are going to be using Templates to grab another free tower. And the siege begins. Minoan Fury pops, but so does Final Slash, shooing up a whole lot of AoE damage. Martis cuts through Kaja, and just like that, the 9 Thieves are cutting through the Lord, but Ooga Booga goes down. Definitely a beautiful play made from the side of 9 Thieves. Beautiful defense. I thought they were going to lose that mid turret, but CC after CC, that team fight capabilities that I was talking about, they finally made it work and finally saw the success of it. If they continue to make plays like that, I think that they can absolutely win, because all it takes is a long revive time after, and just like that, they're going to walk it up the map. Brody trying to get some pressure off, does take some pressure from the Fanny back, but manages to shoot them off with the help of nearby friends. Arlet trying to set up that Final Slash, getting a whole lot of damage. Harley does manage to cut down the Valentina. 9 Thieves looking to support each other and reapply some pressure. We do see the Bravest Fighter pop, but are they able to manage to get the CCs off? Not quite. Arlet being super invasive on the team. Final Slash pops again, but now Fanny's here. Cutthroat's raining hell. T trying to stay alive, does manage to do it, but barely. Thankfully, the the Bloodhounds don't have any minions to immediately march in. They do have a little bit on that original gold side of the map, but T is going to go clear that, and he's going to make sure that no threat really comes from that. Meanwhile, Womp Womp's covering the other side of the house with the backup of Valentina. We see Fanny looking to hunt the Martis, but Martis, not overly threatened, decides to fight her under the tower, and they're doing a whole lot of damage to each other, and both with equal footing decide to shoo off. Although T didn't take the win in that fight, they also didn't take the loss, and with being able to clear the lane, I'd call it a win for that. Still, 7,000 gold in a deficit, and not having managed to successfully take any of the Bloodhounds' towers yet, they have some work to do. Here the Bloodhounds start on the Lustrous Lord. MLBB taking a whole lot of damage, really not having fun from that. T trying to throw some support up, but now that he is the victim of a divine judgment, taking a whole lot of damage, Fanny trying to be present with the cutthroat, decides to hold off and wait. We do see the Valentina stacking on top of MLBB to continue this barrage of CCs, but they still manage to go down to the Bane's deadly catch. Lord does reset. 3-man to 5-man stance. At this point, the Night Thieves have to play defensively. Martis, it doesn't matter how fast you are, don't risk it. Play safe, play home, and defend the high ground. $10,000 gold in the lead at the 15-minute mark. All the Nine Thieves really have to do at this point is keep themselves in the fight, and if they can do that, oh man, that trickle damage, I think that was Lethal Ignition that managed to slowly cut down the Valentina. Now, you've got that Big Daddy coming up on the Lord. We see MLBB popping up his Minoan Fury, but they do manage to lose that inner turret. Fanny present, cuts in with Cutthroat. Arlet, final slash pops, manages to get a beautiful set, specially stacked on top of the deadly catch of the Bane. A whole lot of pressure, just T is up, but Nine Thieves can't do it in the first game. It does go to the Bloodhounds. So, beautiful gameplay, honestly, from both sides of the map. We do see a lot of attempts at adjustment coming from the Nine Thieves, that things that they were doing right. So the heroes picking up the Dreadnought armor to try to slow down the effects of the Bane, of the Arlet, of the Fanny. Maybe they should have picked up the Antique Cuirass a little bit faster. I know that they needed to get right into their build, and we're just trying to delay some of these effects. They were just sustaining so much damage that they just couldn't keep them off of them. So I wonder if they're going to build a little bit differently than before. But with that being said, Fanny, again, such a huge threat coming from the Bloodhound side of house. I wonder if they're going to decide to ban off the Fanny. I know I probably would. And we do see a Fanny ban first pick. I know the Bloodhounds got to be feeling good after that lead. Nine Thieves probably feeling it, but you know what? As well as the Nine Thieves played within that game, I definitely feel confident in their ability to keep pace with the Bloodhounds this game. I think if they make some minor adjustments, especially in their team composition that plays more geared towards the way that they actually play, I definitely think they're still in it. We are going to see the Nolan ban. We are going to see the Guinevere ban. But we also see the Bane ban. Nine Thieves really not... Oh, wow. Looks like they're just banning off the entire Bloodhounds draft from last game. With the Arlet ban, with the Bane ban. That's pretty funny. Love to see the enthusiasm from the Nine Thieves. So, I'm kind of curious. I wonder if anybody knows the answer to this. The Nine Thieves were originally named after the team only being able to have 9 heroes or 9 players within a respective squad. So with all of the expansions that have recently happened within the respective squad setup, do you think we're going to see like the 15 Thieves? Is that going to turn into the 20 Thieves? Like, are we going to see expansions on that, or will it just always be the 9 Thieves? I want to see the 9 Thieves slowly turn into One Piece. Yasha locks in Kaja again. Ooga Booga showing a Carmilla. Not sure if they're going to pick that. Again, because I don't know if it makes sense. They do decide to up the Terizla for Temptress. Grim locks in the Wan. Definitely going to be a really strong advantage hero against especially that Terizla if they ever find themselves rolling up against each other. Picking the Faramis, definitely smart, especially whenever you're looking at the whenever you're looking at that Terizla. But Ooga Booga decides to represent Bloodhounds with a Yin pick, which is really cool because now you can take some of these critical members of the team like the Faramis or the Wan and just completely remove them from a team fight. Even if you can't effectively win with your fight with the Yin, if you can separate one of those key members from a team fight or an objective, I call that a win. Something I saw once that I really, really liked was the enemy team decided to slot a Yin on the EXP lane, and was it the EXP lane or the roam? Doesn't matter. But whenever they would get into team objective fights, what they would do is they would wait for the team fight to start, and then they would look for the enemy team jungle, and then they would put him in they would use the ultimate and put them in his own zone, and then all of a sudden that Yin would just run away from the enemy, so and just stall out that ultimate for as long as possible. He actually wouldn't even go for the kill. He was literally just buying time for his team to be able to secure an unchallenged Lord, because without Retribution, the Lord is anybody's game. Womp decides to pick up the Yuzong, and we see a Lunox, Nana, Kufra, and Tigreal Ban. You know, those aren't anything surprising. I tell you what, though, I'm definitely really excited to see what T pops off with this incoming match. T, again, being one of my favorite jungles, just because they humor me and how they play. I'm always excited to see how they represent. Boca Roscoe picking up a Phoveus. Definitely don't think they actually want to play Phoveus, do they? A Phoveus on mid lane? Very interesting. I mean, the Phoveus makes sense, don't get me wrong, against the Wan and against, I guess, I don't know if the... that little jump move that Yuzong makes, I guess, is counterable by it, but I'm not sure. They're seeing a lot of like bursting damage coming from the Bloodhound side of the match. Same thing they did last game. You know, again, exactly what I was saying before. They're just an aggressive, abrasive team composition. But you know, they did manage to make it work last game. Loving the Lancelot Dawning Stars skin. Do I think Deereth is a better choice? Probably. Because once he pops his ultimate, I think that giant AoE damage can absolutely help cut through that Faramis. Versus the Phantom Execution on the Lancelot, I think that you could do some damage, but I feel like your ability to actually secure near that Faramis would be greatly diminished. So I definitely think a Deereth was a cool pick with that. But something that we are seeing is, again, a lot of sustained damage coming from the side of the Bloodhounds. Same thing we saw last one, which makes Anti-Cuirass, again, such a strong option. Something I do think they use on, if they decide to slot the War Axe, they could slot with it an Oracle, the Oracle Shield. They could slot in a They could slot in a Hunter Strike to get some extra movement speed. They could slot in an Anti-Cuirass and Brute Force Breastplate, and just like that, they'll be cruising. Granted, that's pretty much an entire build for the most part, but if they decide to go those routes, I think that covers most of their bases. That's probably how I would build for this specific situation. It'll be interesting to see what they actually decide to lock in. Damn, look at the pressure coming from Boca. So much damage that Cone just already having to go home. MLBB taking a little bit more damage than they want to. Yasha being super invasive. But you know, if anybody's gonna buff it out, it's gonna be that Minotaur. Heals for days, you know. I'm still really excited to see how Boca Roscoe shows off this Phoveus on mid lane, because that's just something you don't typically see. We see a crab going to Kaze being super aggressive inside of the 9 Thieves respective jungle, getting some free easy points, but still maintaining equal footing on both sides of the map. Cone and T look to work with MOBA to set up a nice Kaze getting pulled by the by Cone, but not able to secure a kill yet. They're fighting for Kaze. Kaze has to get out of there. MOBA, really bad spot. Looks like he will go down to the Phoveus. Cone does manage to secure the Yasha. Womp Womp looking to get a whole lot of damage off on Templars. Will he be able to do it? Not quite yet. One to one. About 100 gold lead for 9 Thieves. Hopefully they can make something happen with that 100 gold. We do see a staging happening for the first turtle of the game. At the 2-minute and 30-second mark, we see a 3v4 pressure. Black Dragon popped by Womp Womp, looking to get a set on Yasha. Looks like he is going to go for it. Goes in, trickles, does get a knock up. Boca Roscoe goes straight into the air. Yasha goes down. Boca Roscoe, chewing his way through, does go down as well. That's 2 drops. So not only did the 9 Thieves, I think, get the turtle that time, but they also got 2 kills, which secures a nice, healthy 1,000 gold lead at the 3-minute mark. T trying to be invasive with, Kaze trying to shoot in there, goes straight into the air by the Minoan Fury, but shut down by Divine Judgment. Beautiful play by Yasha. Faramis does manage to cut down Kaze. 4-1, coming up on slowly reaching a 2,000 gold lead in favor of the 9 Thieves. Better gameplay coming from them on this side of the on this number game 2 match. Let's see if they can hold it though, because again, the Bloodhounds really didn't start making big things happen until after that 5 or 6 minute mark. We do see T successfully take the orange buff from the Bloodhounds though. That's got to be upsetting. It looks like they're chasing Yasha. Terizla manages to cut down Womp Womp with the support of Deerith. T has found Kaze. Looks like he's going to try to seize him up, but Kaze's just so fast, but not fast enough. It looks like, oh man, look at that beautiful escape with the assistance of Templars. Black Dragon looking to make it go. Oh man, just barely missed. Kaze had to say a prayer for that one. Kaze had to give up one of his wish lists for Santa Claus, you know. He said, I've been good. I've been good. What do you want for Christmas? I'm gonna live. Bloodhounds playing together really well, but 9 Thieves meeting him right there back at it. T playing super aggressive, being a tankier jungle. Still have to keep in mind you are the jungle though, so if you drop, your team loses their ability to secure with Retry. Minoan Fury pops, and Baratz does manage to secure the turtle and Ooga Booga's life. Black Dragon pops, but so does Penalty Zone in the Nether Realm. Fight is going down. Baratz chews through Kaja. Phoveus wreaking havoc, but does go down to Baratz as well. That is a 4-man kill in favor of the 9 Thieves. We are now looking at a 3,000 gold lead benefit and walking their way into the first mid lane tower. Beautiful game. Beautiful game. Deereth trying to be invasive, looking to secure something on Womp Womp, but Womp Womp being a little bit more developed, can survive the storm and puts it back in Deereth's face. We got some camping going on over here. Ooga Booga fighting to get out of his life. Baratz being invasive, but just barely missing. Womp Womp getting back into it. I'll tell you what, man. Beautiful gameplay coming from the side of the 9 Thieves, especially in comparison to the last game. More composed, more playing to their advantages. I think right now it's anybody's game. Anybody's series, really. Again, the Bloodhounds lead this series in the best of 3 so far, 1-0, looking to secure a second game, but the 9 Thieves not having really any interest in giving it to them. Yasha taking some damage, Boca Roscoe trying to shoo them off, does manage to scare the 9 Thieves back into their boots. It does look like Womp Womp he's gonna have to pop his Black Dragon. Initially was gonna try to defend his tower, but they tried to go for a 2-for-1 bounce on him. Ooga Booga's gonna pay for it with his life though, and just like that, they're setting up a stage to be aggressive on the top side of the map as well. T looking to make something happen, trying to grab Tempest. Minoan Fury pops, and Tempest is bound up, and he will go down thanks to the support of the Netherrealm pop by Faramis. Grim looking to set something up, and they're going to start straight into another turtle. Deereth went down again to the Yuzong. They're going to make that Yuzong too strong, and all of a sudden it's going to be everybody's problem. Baratz and Yuzong are already such strong heroes within the current meta. If you allow them the opportunity to develop, your team is going to have a really bad time. Tempest trying to shoo off T, but T doing what T does, being super aggressive. Yasha looked like he was going to try to pop that Divine Judgment, but saw the Boca Roscoe running for his life and decided to wait for it. Penalty Zone pops, trying to get Boca Roscoe home, but just can't do it. 4 players still alive on the side of the map for 9 Thieves, not losing a single hero, leading the map 14-2. Beautiful game coming from the 9 Thieves. Womp Womp looking for another fight against Kaze, but being really low on health already, having Yasha around, really not where you want to be, but that health go burr! Manages to survive the 2v1 pressure of the Kaja and Deereth. MLBB looking to interject his opinion. Terizla going down to the Baratz. MLBB Minoan Fury pops just for the Kaja, and Boca Roscoe trying to survive the storm against the 4-man composition of the 9 Thieves does go down as well. And just like that, Kaze is back present, but is he too present? Hopefully not. Otherwise, he's going to go down again. And if he continues to go down, especially to that Yuzong, you're gonna, just like we saw earlier, he had the whole Kaja with him and was still being threatened. With an 8,000 gold lead right now, these one-on-one fights are not in your best interest. We do see the Black Dragon going straight for it. Deereth being super invasive, trying to get in his face. Black Dragon's looking to set up that fight with Kaze. Is going to get some trickle damage going off and does manage to secure the kill on the Deereth. Flexing the spam recall. 18-2, 8,000 gold lead. Grim is making her way down the field, trying to get some easy damage. Baratz secures a kill on the Lord. Meanwhile, Grim finally gets that kill 1-0-7 on on Phobias. He's been doing all this damage the whole game, but hasn't effectively gotten a whole lot of kills yet. And now we got the First Lord marching down the hallway. 3-man pressure with a 3-0-2 stack across the map, slowly working their way to the mid. Barat's looking to put some pressure, hiding in a bush. It looks like he's going to be able to get some stuns going. Penalty zone pops from Tempest, but Netherrealm pops as well. Black Dragon shooting in, looking to secure some easy kills. Bokarasco looks like they go down, and Tempest is looking to be grabbed as well by the likes of Womp Womp, but Kaze might face the brunt of it, and he does go down. Tempest survives, but in exchange for Deereth's life. Lord is putting a whole lot of pressure on this tower. Is it going to go? Tempest does drop as well, but they do manage to safely secure their tower. But just like that, they got minions cruising back into it, and the minions should be enough to take it. Yin, though, on the scene, I think he's going to be able to defend it. I don't think it did any damage to it. Good on them. Oh, look at it start a jump. But with nowhere to grab, Tempest decides to take the back road. Bloodhounds, I know they're feeling the pressure at a 10,000 gold deficit coming up on the 12-minute mark. 60 seconds away from the next Lord up, and it's going to be a Lustrous Lord if they can obtain it. And that Lustrous Lord, as we've seen it, one dash can take out half of the health from any of the inner towers. So they definitely need to be wary of that, especially with the deficit that they're in. So it's definitely who of them to play safe, play smart, play under their towers, and see if they can bind up the 9 Thieves in any way possible. Barat's just being super aggressive. Love to see them exploiting their tanky capabilities. Looks like they do manage to get a grab, and it is going to happen on Yasha, taking a whole lot of damage. Minoan and Fury pops, securing some nice healthy stuns. Black Dragon up in the air. Womp Womp looking to get some beautiful sets, trying to get some of that trickle damage on Tempest. Tempest is going to survive, but Yin is going to go down to the Faramis. And it looks like they're going to try to secure, and they do manage to secure, the first of the inner towers. Khan not wasting any time to start putting up some damage on this second tower, and is going to be able to secure it. T locking them up. Netherrealm does pop. Safety is here. Deereth drops. Bokarasco trying to secure some easy kills, but just doesn't have the damage, and does go down to T as well. Tempest fighting for his life, but can he maintain it? We got just Yasha defending the lane as Yin is in another realm, hoping for safety. Does manage to get the kill on Faramis, but what was it worth? Womp Womp ripping hell fire through the map. Yasha does manage to get a kill on Womp Womp, while T ends the second of the best of 3 series between the 9 Thieves and the Bloodhounds. Man, opposite, completely reversed game from that first game that we were seeing. And man, I tell you what too, it hurts to see a whole team go bronze. It hurts to see a whole team go bronze. But hey, Willy Wonka had to deal with it. So did the Bloodhounds that game. So being a completely reversed, flipped, turn it down, flip it, and reverse it game from that first one, the 9 Thieves take, and not only won, but dominated that second game. So I'm really excited to get right into this third game, and we're going to see who can take the pressure. Who has got the longevity? Bloodhounds against 9 Thieves, 1-1 in a best of 3 series. And we still have 4 more matches to go tonight. One. Is that a Layla ban? Bloodhounds trolling? Bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it plays off in the end. We see the Faramis ban. We see the Bane ban. We see the Fanny ban. Nine Thieves not waiting any time. Again, going with the Arlet. I think we might see the same composition, almost the same composition, coming from the Nine Thieves. Obviously, their Faramis and their Wan got banned off. So, Kaze locks in the Nolan. But Cone taking a look at Nana, you know, the surprise meta hero. Oh, and T looks at locking in the Lunox. Explosive is she. That's going to be tough, even for Nolan. Once you get into that brilliance, when you're immortal and ripping through with damage, that magic burst hurts. Let's see if Nolan can handle the pressure. Ooga Booga. Sad that he can't lock in his Bane. Looking at his Zask, definitely not going to be his Zask. Definitely, I think if anybody's taking the Zask, it's going to be the mid lane for the Boca Roscoe. But by locking him in early, definitely gives Boca some options to pick long term. Tempest decides to lock in the Yuzong this side around. Oh, Yasha locked in the Mathilda. The Mathilda Nolan combo, man, that's classic. That is classic, and that is tough. Bloodhound's not wasting any time to try to build the most meta team that they can right now. All of these heroes pairing well with each other, the mobility coming from the Yuzong, as well as his current meta stacks, as well as the Nolan and Mathilda being able to pair that guiding wind together on top of the fracture to really cut through anybody they can get their hands on. Grim picking up the carry, definitely probably going to go with the tank carry just based off of everything that I've seen everybody doing. Definitely looking to oppose some of these team fights and definitely capable of doing it. I think if Carrie can zone off the Nolan, she can definitely take him in the fight. But if that fracture pops, I don't see any ability for her to sustain through it. I'm excited to see Womp Womp's hero of choice. Womp Womp has been one of those heroes on the Nine Thieves team who has just done such a good job at being present and making big plays happen. He's not afraid to go across the map and literally just 1v3, 1v4, even if he's not sure he can win, to create a time gap for his team to safely take objectives and towers. We are going to see the Tigreal and Navaria ban. At this point, we don't really know who Boca's going to go through with these options. So I would probably look at honestly banning off a Valentina if possible, because having the Melina Blitz as well as the Brilliance from the Lunox could be very threatening, especially with the Valentina being already a magic build, a magic damage based hero. I would probably be leaning in that direction myself. But they do decide to lock it in. Good on the Nine Thieves, knowing what is in front of them. Super excited to see how this team fight goes down. Oh, they decided to finally get MLBB to shoo off the the Minotaur. MLBB locking in the Kaja though. Beautiful response to the Nolan and Mathilda. Guiding Wind won't save you from Kaja's Divine Judgment. Ooga Booga locking in a Zask for, but I'm not sure why. I wonder if they're going to swap lanes, because Ooga Booga has typically been the gold lane, whereas Boca Roscoe has been their respective mid. And with them having the two final picks on their team, I'm not really sure why Ooga Booga is going the Zask route. Unless he just really likes that skin. Which, it's possible. Oh, they decide to go with a Veil and Zask setup? That'll be interesting. So we might see Zask on the gold lane against the carry. Oh, That's scary. But again, if Grimm's going with and it does, with the vengeance being prevalent, I definitely think that Carrie might be able to win that fight actually, because if they're going with a tank build, especially if you're popping the Radiant armor or Radiance armor, knowing that the Mathilda's there, knowing that the Veil's there, they're probably going to be able to pick up that Radiant armor as well, or Athena's shield, and really be able to effectively cut down the damage of the Bloodhounds pretty quickly with just those alone. Womp Womp locks in the Terizla is going to be awesome for their team fighting capabilities. Right off the bat, I do think that the Bloodhounds has a very cool, very workable team composition, but I do think the Mathilda, the Zask, and the Veil kind of counterproductively work against each other, and the Nolan is the Nolan's going to be a problem. There's no debate about that. But without further ado, we are in the Land of Dawn, aka Southern Cleveland. When I say Southern Cleveland, I'm talking Texas, baby. I'm talking not a whole lot happening to start. Man, I'm really excited to see this matchup. 1-1, the Bloodhounds losing their first series in a 2-1 series against the Forgotten Ones. I know they're hungry for a win, a series win. Losing both of those first early games is definitely going to be a problem. MLBB being super present, grabs Templis, putting Yusong in a bad position, does go down to Terizla, giving Terizla a strong early game advantage over the Yuzong. Being natural enemies of trade, Yuzong and Terizla, that Terizla, again, getting that advantage is going to be so stacky. Mathilda really helping that Nolan get across the map fast, but without just being a couple seconds shy of having that fracture, couldn't make anything happen on MLBB. Womp Womp putting some pressure on Kaze. Oh, man. Beautiful gameplay, using that guiding wind to get out of that situation fast. Thanks, Mathilda. Oh, Zask getting chewed through on the top side of the map by Carrie with the assistance of T. And just like that, Carrie's got an awesome opportunity to get under tower and take some free gold, but taking a little too long to get there, might find herself getting a 3v1 by Kaze. Oh yeah, bad situation for them. Really, honestly, they did pretty well. They almost took Kaze with them, regardless of that 3v1, and MLBB was looking to get a secure on Kaze, but just couldn't make it happen fast enough. Starting to set up and secure the first turtle of the match, relatively, or not even relatively, just completely unchallenged, is going to definitely put an early game benefit, especially because of those shields, and on that stacky carry, that tanky carry, where she's just already ripping up some of the Bloodhound folks. That turtle shield is definitely going to cause some issues. Oh, we see penalty zone pop on Templis, and Terizla is punishing Yuzong brutally. Yasha showed up, but just a second too late. 1-4 with 1,000 gold lead. MLBB getting knocked up into the air. Kaze trying to get Fracture off. Does get hemmed up by Divine Judgment, and T takes his life with him. Mathilda ripping up some damage, but has to get out of there as well. Veil trying to zone T out, but T says, I'm not here for you. I just want your creeps. Whoa, Windstorm pops. Oh, but Brilliance pops just in time. Brilliantly made by T. Yuzong being present with the Black Dragon is going to put enough pressure on T that that Veil does manage to get the kill. But it looks like Templis is trying not to drop himself. Womp Womp trying to zone them out. Getting cut up by Fracture. Penalty zone pops up. Looking to catch the life of Boca Roscoe. Does manage to survive the storm and weather them out. Kaze, looking to get a kill on Nana, does manage to secure it. Terizla wanted to find him, but just couldn't get his attention fast enough. Templis not wasting any time to get under tower and getting some free gold from the lane. Carrie looking to start up some trouble with Ooga Booga, but not really being about that life. Wants to shoo off, and shooing off is the smart move, especially when she's not aware that you got a 4-man stack coming to your side of the lane. Meanwhile, T is happy as a clam, shooing up on a Little Wanderer, bouncing between a tower. Meanwhile, Carrie's fighting for her life, trying to defend her lane against Boca Roscoe, Yasha, and Ooga Booga. Nothing she can do about that. Can't say I blame her. Keep yourself at safety and just wait it out. Tempest looking to make a play happen. Does manage to petrify and get a beautiful set on T, but Brilliance pops, penalty zone pops, whole lot of damage, and Tempest goes down to Terizala. Mobile Beef got a beautiful set, slowing him down just enough that there was no escape. Divine Judgment tried to pop on the Mathilda, but couldn't make it happen. Womp Womp showing up, now trying to show out on Yasha. Nolan does manage to finally secure, using Fracture, a kill on T, but goes down himself. 4-8. Windstorm happening on Womp Womp, completely unfazed, ripping up, having to get out of there, but still manages to take a kill on the Mathilda. Womp Womp, the man of the hour, does not care about nothing. I'll tell you what, though, that Teresa doesn't want beef with Ooga Booga. That is just not your fight that you want. Trying to use some hero presence, even with the one minion. We do still see a penalty zone pop up that is going to rip up the enemy team under tower. Nana has to shoo off. Womp Womp, again, getting a whole lot of damage from that Zask. Again, just being not a good fight matchup. They do manage to safely secure their tower for that time being, but it does look like they're still going to lose it to the minions. Meanwhile, Grim being face-to-face with not only Yasha, but the Nolan as well, and winning the fight. Fracture pops, but to no avail. Carrie is looking for trouble. Chewing through Yasha, slowly but surely, does manage to secure the kill, and now it's Nolan who is on the run. Vale, trying to be supportive, gets chewed through himself, especially with the assistance of Mobile Beef. Nowhere to go. Kaze running for the hills, knowing that if he gets caught up, he is going to get cut down. Templars trying to give him that coverage, but they just too fast. Nine Thieves doing an awesome job at slowly controlling the map and keeping themselves in a positive push position. Nolan popping the Fracture, but Mobile Beef making it happen on top of Terizala's penalty zone. They managed to take an easy kill on the Yuzong, but Terizala does manage to go down to the Zask himself. Carrie takes a secondary inner turret. I want to see, man. I really want to see. So we saw that the Carrie picked up the true damage from the Thunderbelt, but we don't see a whole lot of a magic defense coming from the Nine Thieves side of the house yet, which is kind of crazy because of how much magic damage the Bloodhounds have. So I feel like once they start building that magic damage, especially if they can build it soon with the advantage that they already have, I don't see any real way for the Bloodhounds being able to reseal the gap. Nolan trying to be invasive, pops his Fracture against the Carry and barely makes it out alive with the support of Yasha, but not in a great position themselves, is still going to go down to Nana. Teresa looking to make trouble happen. Yasha walking back to the base. Oh man, what a beautiful Divine Judgment coming from Mobile Beef. I know I'm a little bit slow just to show it. I only know what happened because I saw them being dragged across the map. Beautiful gameplay, beautiful synergy coming from the Nine Thieves. Still, anybody series, 1-1 series, Nine Thieves leading in the third game. Mathilda looking to get a set, starting to trickle damage on the Mobile Beef, but Grim is present and not your friend. Nana, even though Carrie was the one putting in the work, Nana gets the kill, and now they start to stage a coup on the bottom side of the map. Zask looking to be present. The Nine Thieves, again, just such a good team. Such good gameplay coming from them. We did see T drop, but The Nine Thieves still lead by about 3,500 gold. Womp Womp buffing out the damage of the fracture from the Nolan. Not too worried about it. Black Dragon pops, trying to make a set. Yasha and Kaze diving in. It looks like they're going to be able to force a Molina's Blessing from Khan. We do see Penalty Zone popped on the same spot as Windstorm. Tempest does go down to the Terizala, and both teams managing to find their ways back to their bases. Grim not being done with the fight yet, though, facing a 1-3 showdown, needs to not get caught by the Kaze. Kaze finally goes home, finally giving Grim a little bit of safety without her even knowing it. Definitely was in a position to take some damage. Keep saying it though. The Nine Thieves, the sooner they start building this magic defense, the sooner they're going to be able to end the game. Nolan, purely being a snowball effect hero, not being able to snowball effectively, takes him pretty much out of the game. So at this point, Zask is your primary threat. Even though he's only 1 and 2, he's going to be a problem, especially for that Terizala, who is 9-1 and 2. That's the MVP right now. Yeah, that's pretty much your MVP. But still, that matchup is just not in his favor, even though he has the gold advantage. So the sooner they start locking in these defensive items, I think the sooner they end the game. Lord making their way down the top lane. Nine Thieves looking to put up a little bit of pressure. Meanwhile, Carrie finding her way on the bottom side of the map, meeting Ooga Booga down there, cutting through with a bunch of minions. Oh man, just cutting through. No hesitation, and is going to let the minions take that secondary inner lane. Meanwhile, they're starting to stage and fight. A beautiful fight near the Lord. Tempest trying to secure T, does manage to do it. Yasha guiding the Lord backwards on the stage. Does manage to go down, but does buy a little bit of time for the Bloodhounds. Windstorm pops on the Lord, but not doing a whole lot of damage. Just ripping up that tower. Nine Thieves do manage to also take the secondary inner tower for the mid lane. Nine Thieves also got that first inner tower on the bottom side of the map, finally giving that enhanced minions push that they've been needing for this entire match, giving them control on one portion of the map. 6,000 gold up, Nine Thieves lead, 9 kills to 20 kills. Nine Thieves have got to be looking to end the game soon. Even though we're only 12.5 minutes into the match, the Nine Thieves haven't been wasting any time with applying healthy pressure distributed across the entire map in an effective manner that has allowed them to slowly snowball. Knocked up by the Veil, Yuzong gets in with the Black Dragon. Molina's Blessing pops. Terizala does manage to chew down the Yuzong. Khan using regen to get back into the fight, shooing off the enemy team, just keeping them just enough off of T. Kaze does go down. Grim looking for a fight, knowing they're potentially one of the biggest threats on the match, especially next to Womp Womp. That is not a team you want to run into, even if you are that Zask. It does look like Womp Womp is going to put some pressure on. Even if he dies, that turret is a good take. But it does look like he's going to be able to take it without dying himself. Carry cutting through Zask. And just like that, enhanced minions on every portion of the lane. Womp Womp taking a whole lot of pressure. Penalty zone pops up. Is he going to go down? Not today. Nine Thieves in a great position to be destructive. Brilliance popped and Carry cuts through Nolan. Black Dragon is up, but will it be fast enough? No, it will not. The second match, or the second match in the best of 3 series, third match, second win, goes to the Nine Thieves, securing the second series for the Nine Thieves folks. Wowza. Bloodhounds, never been more upset, man. Losing 2 series in a row in this B grouping, supposed to be one of the top dogs. Again, by my own expectation, just just not happy, dude. Taking 4 losses in 2 series, not a great start to it. 2 wins to 4 losses versus the 90s being a 2-1 spot, the same as the what was the other team called? I don't even know. The Forgotten Ones. Beautiful gameplay. We did eventually see the Terizla picking up the both the Radiant Armor and Athena Shield that I had talked about, so good on them. We saw MLBB picking up the Athena Shield. Again, once they started locking in the magic defensive items, they were able to safely secure the end of the game, and there wasn't a whole lot the Bloodhounds could do about it. All in all, great gameplay coming from both teams, just absolutely showing out what the North American scene is capable of and the true development of all these teams. This is a perfect representation of we are seeing a change of wind. We are finally seeing the North American scene get into a position where they can thrive and absolutely be constructive. Because again, I've said it probably 13 times already in this stream, the Bloodhounds are supposed to be a top 5 North American team, and just tonight alone, we saw them take two different losses to 2 different teams who were supposed to be so much more lower ranking than them. So the question is who is really the top 10 in North America right now? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I don't care what anybody says. Everything that we thought that we knew about the North American top 10 contenders is a lie. Not because these teams aren't good, but because the good teams are showing up and showing out and getting ready. It's been a couple NACTs in the making, but the games are here. The games are here, and we're getting a slow preview into what we might be able to expect from the NACT scene. And how exciting is that? The balance is all over the place, and we have no idea who the best teams are at this point. I think for me, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to start saying that there are any top 10 North American teams anymore, because the games are happening in front of our faces. The teams that are supposed to be stacked out the kazoo are going back home empty-handed, game after game, to people that are seemingly nobodies. And I don't mean that, I don't mean that in a bad way. But when you're talking about the rank system and how it's supposed to represent us, it's just not showing out. Props to them, man. Props to the 90s for putting up a beautiful second and third game. Showed up, showed out, and Bloodhounds are finally going to get a break. So, tough, man. Tough. This next matchup, we are going to see we're going to be seeing the 9 Thieves versus the Forgotten Ones. So both of the teams that just beat the Bloodhounds within the first 2 matches of this stream are finally going to get to go up against each other and start assessing who is slotted where. Man, I'm drained, dude. It's so tough because there's so many of these teams are just so good, dude. They're so good. And honestly, I'm having so much fun just being able to be present. Big shout out to Sorry I Might Feed and Mobile Uninstall for allowing me to join them for tonight's cast. I'm so thankful for the opportunity and so glad I got to be here for some of these games. I've been wanting to work with Mobile Uninstall for a while, so I'm super glad to be here, especially for the Group B matches, because the Group B matches is a lot of my favorite teams. Again, you're looking at Team Azrael, you're looking at the Bloodhounds, you're looking at the 9 Thieves. No hate against the Forgotten Ones, but I love these teams, man. They're just teams that just always coming back for more. I'm really excited to see how Team Azrael fits into this mesh, not having had any games yet, where we're seeing the second match for the 9 Thieves, we're seeing the second match for the Forgotten Ones, and then we've already seen the Bloodhounds do 2 matches. So to think that the 9 Thieves haven't done any matches yet is pretty exciting. Because yeah, I think we still have yet to see the. We're gonna have to see Team Azrael against the Forgotten Ones still. So Team Azrael still has 3 teams to go against. Yeah, every other team is on their second match except for Team Azrael, who is gonna have to pretty much play 3 games in a row, which I think is gonna be the only person to have to do that the entire night. But I'm hoping they show ready. Imagine they don't. Imagine they just don't show up. Ugh. If they don't show up, that would mean that that would pretty much mean that they would get dropped out automatically, as well as Bloodhounds. I think because there's, let's see, Team Azrael, Bloodhounds, Forgotten Ones, 9 Thieves. Is that 4? Yeah, Team Azrael, Bloodhounds, Forgotten Ones, 9 Thieves. The 4 teams. So I think the Bloodhounds are. I think they're out. I think they're not going to be able to go to the playoffs, even if they can take a win over Team Azrael. Like right now, we're trying to see like which 2 teams are going to go. But if Team Azrael gets even 1 win, they're going to be able to contest for the playoffs. And right now, we're going to get our guaranteed fit for who's going to be going into the playoffs. So right now, we definitely know that the Bloodhounds aren't going to be going up, because even if they beat Team Azrael, they're still 1 win with 2 losses. So I mean, that's going to be tough for them to overcome. So I think they're going to be out of the playoffs. But figuring out in this game who the first team to definitely go to the playoffs, I'm super excited for it. Without further ado, let's get right into this matchup. Forgotten Ones versus 9 Thieves. Fanny being the first ban on the map. Man, I wonder if the Forgotten Ones were watching the 9 Thieves, and I wonder which team is going to be able to take the lead. I do think that in the matches against the Bloodhounds, I do think the Forgotten Ones actually dominated in their winning matches a little bit more, so that maybe makes me think that they might be able to take the heat to the 9 Thieves. But the 9 Thieves it also was. When the Forgotten Ones won, it was a 1 win, 1 loss, 1 win. Versus the 9 Thieves lost 1 and then won 2, which makes me think that the 9 Thieves did a little bit better of a job than the Forgotten Ones at being able to make a comeback. So, I think it's anybody's game. If Moonpie's watching, just know 9 Thieves are killing it. I'm so proud of them, and I'm so proud of the Forgotten Ones both for being able to overcome the obstacles that they've had in front of them. And even though that they were facing down what seemed to be a giant within the North American team, they both managed to come out with wins, and at the end of the day are both going to have shots to effectively challenge and try to make their playoff spot. Regardless of who wins this matchup, one of the teams will have the opportunity or will be for sure going into the playoffs, and then the losing team will still have an opportunity and be a runner-up for the playoffs, depending on how they do against Team Azrael. And I think to even be able to be a runner-up for it is absolutely awesome. So we see the Nolan band, we see a Lunox band, we see Mathilda, casual bands, we see Joy, Wan, Fanny, nothing new there. We do see Khan showing off a potential hair, Lightborn scan. Kind of mad that I don't have it myself, a little bit jealous. So just for that, I hope he doesn't lock it in. Otherwise, I'm going to be depressed watching the whole way through. Does lock in the Nana. No depression for me. I hope 9 Thieves wins just for that. Jokes aside, locking in the Nana is definitely going to be a scary thing. Emperor Miho does lock in the Guinevere first opportunity to get, though. Fendi putting up the Bruno, definitely an awesome character to pair up with the Guinevere. Once that purple Requiem pops up, if Bruno can lock in a nice worldie, all of that trickle damage stacked on top of those balanced heroes within the purple Requiem could absolutely cause some issues. T not wasting any time though to respond with an Akai. MLBB, I'm wondering if they're going to shoe in their legendary Minotaur. It seems like it's MLBB's favorite hero. But, oh, interesting. Decided to go the route of the Diggy. But that makes me feel like the Valentina was going to show up. So just like that, CC's out the window. But with that being said, I'm not sure that the Nine Thieves are going to be too worried about it because they don't really have a whole lot of CC effects already. I mean, they've got the Molina and they've got the Molina's Blitz coming from the Nana, and they've got some of the knockback effects from the Akai, but I'm not sure that the knockback effects of the Akai really count as CCs. So with that being said, we're going to find out what that Valentino can really do. I think she might actually find more success using the heavy spin of the Akai. So, all things aside, I definitely think the Nine Thieves team know at this point that they need to be building an aggressive last two heroes so that way they can truly utilize the force of Diggy. We see an Arlop band, we see the Brody band. Wondering who is going to be the hero selection, marksman-wise, on the side of Nine Thieves. How are they going to respond to the heavy hitting damage of the Bruno, especially with Brody being off the map? I think Wanwan would have been. I think the Nine Thieves might be upset right now that they banned off that Wanwan, because that absolutely would have been a good pick to go against that Bruno. All things included right now. I'm wondering if they're looking at a Claude. A Leslie might be a pretty good pick too to be able to wear down that Valentina as well as the Bruno. Could be a good addition with all of that extra damage. The Forgotten Ones did ban off the carry. Personally, I probably wouldn't have picked the carry, but I guess she could have been a good option. I think Leslie could be a pretty good pick right here though. Minotaur getting banned off. Surprise, surprise. So far, I definitely think it's either one's game. I think the Forgotten Ones have a really good offensive-based team versus the Nine Thieves have a really nice defensive-based team. And I think if the Nine Thieves can add some offense to it, they could definitely be in a position where they could be effective and really rain hell on the Forgotten Ones. Because right now, the Forgotten Ones don't have a whole lot of ways to defend themselves, and they do lock in the Estus. Oh, man. That's exciting. That's exciting, but counterable. Will it be enough? Womp Womp trying to decide if he wants the Yuzong or the Khalid. I definitely think both of them are good heroes, but I feel like Yuzong could be the way to go. He does decide to log in the Yuzong with a Petrify. Beautiful hero selection. I'm excited to see how he manages to effectively wear down the Estus and his ability to actually maintain with the Goddess of the Moon blessing. Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Because right now, that's all they got. Kenshin, up to bat, typically is their EXP lane. How is he going to respond to the Womp Womp? Is he going to rep the Terizala? He might have to. He might have to create some type of setting capability for Fendi and Emperor. Otherwise, it's going to whiff out. Showing the Lapu Lapu, is he going to do it? And he does. Interesting hero selection. Again, Lapu Lapu, in my opinion, one of the best heroes developed in the entire game. Not because they're their ability to be super overpowered, but because they've got They've got good short range attacks. They've got good ranged attacks. He's got awesome ability to be mobile. He's got shields. He's got stuns. He's got it all. So a super versatile hero. But at the end of the day, I definitely think right now I am favoring the composition of the 9 Thieves. So, with that being said, will they make it happen? Only time will tell in the land of Dawn. I love Womp Womp, dude. Womp Womp is such a good name. Sorry, I know that's a side note, but man, Womp Womp he's such a good player. And honestly, I feel like he's been the dude making things really happen for this team, which is surprising, honestly, because a lot of the times we don't see EXP lane players being just the game-winning characters. And although, even if he's not getting the MVPs, he's my personal MVP so far, because again, he's making such good sets and opening up such great opportunities for his team. And on top of that, his name is Womp Womp, so, I mean, what more do you really need? We see a little bit of team collaboration coming from both sides, both teams trying to help out their respective teams. MLBB taking a whole lot of damage early on, having to shoo off. Oh man, almost went down really early. Manages to get back home though without giving up any free gold to the enemy. Really good team play coming from Forgotten Ones to start off. Trying for that Litho Wanderer. Okay, Emperor not wasting any time to finish his boots and lower that cooldown reduction. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of people building their building their boots so early in the game. Not because it's a bad idea, but I feel like the extra damage or defense early on is so useful in your ability to team fight. But let's see what they make happen with it. Purple Requiem pops up, but Akai doesn't waste any time to waste using that heavy spin, trying to lock down Emperor Miho, but taking a whole lot of damage himself, does go down to Fendi. Beautiful heavy spin, but again, just don't have that defense built yet to effectively engage and disengage. We do see Womp Womp being super aggressive inside of the F1 side with a really high cut, but super punishable. Takes a whole lot of damage from him. Black Dragon pops up, trying to shoo his way off. Does manage to get out of that situation and get back home. Going to have to recall. Beautiful escape coming from Womp Womp. Starting to set up for the first turtle fight of the series. Forgotten Ones has positive control over the area, but the 9th is still keeping a little bit of presence. Looks like they might be deciding against actually challenging for this turtle. That or they're just not taking it seriously. Akai just has no real worry about that turtle right now. It looks like he's going to allow Emperor to take the first turtle unchallenged. Wonder what he's got going on in his mind. We do see Grim trying to set Fendi up to get jumped by MLBB and friends, but with FJ present and Quirky present, they definitely have the ability to team fight that out. Worldy pops, but Blessing of the Moon Goddess is enough to effectively save them. Beautiful team play coming from Forgotten Ones. 0-1 at the 3-minute mark with a 600 gold lead in favor of the Forgotten Ones. Neither team playing super ridiculous. Both teams playing super safe. And I think both teams are happy for it right now, honestly. The only real difference that we see in gold is the gold that was pretty much attained from that unchallenged turtle. Meanwhile, we see Womp Womp and Kenshin trying to get to know each other. Two extremely well-versed EXP lane heroes, which you don't really see a whole lot. Oh man, we see Purple Requiem pops, but denied by by Heavy Spin. And Emperor does get pinned up and goes down to the Beatrix, but T goes as well. We see Womp Womp cutting in, making himself known. Fendi taking a little bit of pressure, but that Blessing of the Moon Goddess is just enough to keep his team alive. MLBB and Khan having to go back home. 2-3 with a almost 1,000 gold lead now going in the favor of the Forgotten Ones. But really good team play still coming from the 9 Thieves. Definitely still in this fight. Fendi looked like he locked in his mana boots. Now is going to have a really fantastic time for not having to go back and get more mana every time he turns around. Because Bruno, just such a high use of mana. Looks like the Forgotten Ones are going to start staging for this second turtle. The 9 Thieves need to contest it, though, honestly. Khan taking up some pressure. Purple Requiem pops, but so does Diggy's ultimate. Safely securing with T putting up a heavy spin, but a little too isolated from his team. He's going to take a whole lot of damage. It goes down to Quirky. Until Akai has a little bit more items, right now his ability to team fight just isn't there yet. We do see Bravest Fighter pops, but so does Black Dragon. Womp Womp doing what Womp Womp does. Getting in, ripping up with Beatrix's damage. Oh, beautiful Petrify from Womp Womp. Gives him a nice kill on Emperor, but still goes down to Fendi himself. And as well as that, loses that first tier tower. Giving map control in favor to the Forgotten Ones, who are now leading by 2,000 gold. Slowly starting to gap the 9 Thieves, but the 9 Thieves, again, with how well they're playing, definitely are still in the matchup. Fendi, looking at securing another tower, does manage to do it. 2 towers now in benefit of the Forgotten Ones. With that 2,000 gold lead, slowly growing, now 3,000 gold lead, it's going to be tough for the 9 Thieves to continue to want to meet these guys head-to-head in the middle of the map. So with that being said, I do think the 9 Thieves right now need to play a little bit safer, cover down against each other, and make sure that they're playing to each other's strengths. T has had some beautiful heavy spins, but if his heavy spins aren't in the right direction, then it's kind of in vain. Looking to stage up a little bit of a fight. Jay and Fendi trying to make some trouble happen, especially with the Valentina. But again, Fendi just dealing so much damage, they decide to shoo off and they say, not today. It does look like Jay does pop the Blessing of the Moon God. It's just a little bit early. And now, hopefully, the Forgotten Ones don't decide to get into a big fight, because if they do, they're not going to have that big defense factor. Staging for another turtle. If they do manage to take it, they're just going to be able to continue to gap out against the 9 Thieves, folks. T, it doesn't look like he's caring too much about presenting himself against it. We do see the turtle going to the Forgotten Ones, and we do see Womp Womp going down to Fendi. T puts up the heavy spin, but again, just nobody to make advantage of it. Diggy does go down. And it looks like T's going to go down to as well. It's 3-8 with now a 5,000 or 4.5 thousand gold benefit in favor of the Forgotten One in the first match of the night. So it is worth taking into account that whenever we saw the Bloodhounds match up with both of these teams, the Forgotten Ones did take the first match in that series as well. But the 9 Thieves also lost their first match and still won. So regardless of who wins this first game, it's still going in the same method of the last series that both of them played. What does that mean? It means that we're in for a showdown. Forgotten Ones, historically speaking, for today, have started off stronger than the 9 Thieves, but the 9 Thieves have always had that comeback capability. 4,000 gold, though, that could wear a team down. Let's hope these guys get it together. Dominant Ice is going to be huge for them as soon as they can pick it up too. The sooner they can shoo off the abilities of the Lapu Lapu to sustain himself, as well as the effects of the Estus and the survival that are coming from the Guinevere, and literally that whole team is reliant on their ability to sustain themselves, and it's just further backed by that Estus. So a Dominance Ice somewhere on the field needs to show up soon, and it looks like Diggy might be trying to build that now. But, oh, and it looks like Womp Womp is looking at building that as well. So yeah, as soon as these heroes lock in these items, I definitely think they're going to open up more effective team fights. But they need to get a little bit of gold first. With that being said, we do see that the Lord show up for the first time in the match on the series, and Forgotten Ones aren't wasting any time to start setting up for it. We see T. He's keeping eyes on it. The Forgotten Ones allow the Lord to reset. We see full team presence showing from both sides of the map. We see Beatrix playing a little bit deep. I think she's going to decide to go for a push on the top side of the map while her team goes for this attempt. MLBB taking a little bit too much damage, and it looks like they're going to shoo off. And it looks like the Forgotten Ones are going to get to secure the first Lord of the day. Or for the series, I suppose. Team favor is definitely right now going on the side of the Forgotten Ones. Again, it doesn't mean that the 9 Thieves are out. We've seen their ability to make comebacks happen, and they are still definitely have enough coverage on the field that they can effectively cover this and still come out on top. So the question is will longevity persevere? Because I do think that the 9 Thieves have a better long-term team. 3-man stack on top of the Lord with Kenshin on the side as well makes it easy for them to try to defend against it, but very invasive is the side of Forgotten Ones, and they do very quickly shut down that tower. We are going to see Beatrix putting up a whole lot of damage, trying to knock them back. We do see really good damage coming up, and Fendi taking a whole lot of damage. We see the Goddess of the Moon Blessing coming up and safely securing Fendi's presence. As well as it looks like the minions are going to be able to make their way through that second tower. Oh man, a whole lot of presence coming from Fendi. Tries to chew through and almost made his way through it. Heavy spin to try to get out of there, but still goes down to the Lapu Lapu. Trying to trickle off of him. They do manage to safely defend that inner tower for now, but it's just a couple hits away from going down and giving enhanced minions to the Forgotten Ones. Molina's blessing pops, but so does the Black Dragon. But with nowhere to go, the Black Dragon is going to have to go home. Three kills to 10 kills with an 8,000 gold lead now favoring the Forgotten Ones. Slowly being gapped is the side of 9 Thieves. This looks very familiar for both teams on their first games of their last series. Now look at the beautiful team play pressure coming from the side of the Forgotten Ones. They just do such a fantastic job of making their presence known together. Whenever you come across the Forgotten Ones, it's never just 1 or 2 of them. It's always 3 or more. It's always just the power of friendship and these cool guns they found against whoever they come across. Not fun for the 9 Thieves, folks. But again, the 9 Thieves, that's a comeback team. Taking a look at the 10 seconds until this Lord comes up, we're going to see the teams trying to shake hands with each other a little bit. 9 Thieves trying to keep themselves safe, not being in a great position to really contest this Lord without losing their entire team, unless Akai's got some fantastic ability to go in and take this lustrous Lord unchallenged, but he doesn't. So it looks like, wow, look at the damage happening on that thing. Fendi just really kicking. Oh no, T being a little bit present, taking up a little bit damage, gonna have to go home. Smart move with that. Molina being popped up to try to give a little bit of coverage. Bush checking, smart moves by Nana, trying to maintain it and grab some of these jungle buffs while they can, but really just getting ready to play defense. Hunter Strike being picked up finally by Graham. A little bit of penetration is always going to be nice. We do see that the Womp Womp and MLBB both managed to secure their dominance ice items, so that's going to help them in these team fights. but being 10,000 gold behind really doesn't. So they're really going to have to find a nice motion and movement together if they want to survive this push. Wow, we do see Fendi taking a whole lot of damage, really reliant on that Blessing of the Moon Goddess. We see Womp Womp making his presence known. The second inner tower does go down, but they are going to be able to put some pressure on top of this Lord. So they might survive this push right now. Womp Womp trying to zone them off of the mid tower, does take some damage himself. Diggy trying to protect him from any CCs, securing it. Man, Forgotten Ones, they're going to be looking to end this right now. The whole Ninth Thieves team has to defend themselves right now. And they've got a minion or two to put some pressure with. All three inner towers are gone, but the game is not over yet. Quirky, again, protected by that Estus. T is just not getting the placements that he is wanting to get. Still having all three towers and two of the three lanes. The Forgotten Ones are doing a fantastic job at just, again, putting all that pressure up. Heavy Spin popping up, does manage to give them a kill. Fendi does go down to Grim. 2 kills for the side of the Nine Thieves, but still trailing by a whole lot of damage. We do see Womp Womp finally securing a kill on the Estus. Brings them only 6,000 gold lead behind now. So even though they lost 3 of their towers, they are slowly making some type of comeback. The question is will it be soon enough? With now enhanced minions on all portions of the map, the Forgotten Ones are definitely in a position to be aggressive. One more Lord, and they might end this. I'm super excited to see how the Nine Thieves do under all of this pressure. Slowly bringing it back. Now bringing it to about a 5,000 gold difference. If they can catch up a little bit more, they might set themselves up to win a really big team fight. Do I think that they can win Lord right now? It's tough. It's going to be super tough, but it's not impossible. But they have to get an early kill on Fendi if they want to do it, because Fendi is just doing too much damage. T looking to make something happen. Yuzong playing home, such a strong hero. They're going to need him if they want to win this fight, especially with the whole Forgotten Ones team there. Purple Requiem pops. T trying to get a set, but now trying to get out of there. Womp Womp being present, gets a Petrify up, does try to get a knock up, is going to be able to knock down the Fendi. Oh, but Grim goes down herself. The question is who's going to be able to outdamage who? Womp Womp taking a whole lot of pressure, being stacked onto the entire enemy team, is going to go down. Now you got 3 teammates left on the side of the Nine Thieves, and minions coming in from 2 of 3 lanes. T having to show up and show out. Minions present. Oh, man. Is this the end? It looks like it is. First game of the series goes to the Forgotten Ones. Wow, excellent gameplay from both sides of the health. Conservative, but still aggressive, with a 9-13 kill count at the end of a 17-minute match. Beautiful gameplay. I'm super excited to see another close-knit game coming in this second series. And again, we saw the Forgotten Ones win their first game and lose their second game just to win their final game, versus the Nine Thieves did the exact opposite. They lost their first game and then won the 2 to follow. So even if the Nine Thieves win this next game, it's still playing into both of their teams' consistent strengths. The Nine Thieves were better at adjusting, but the Forgotten Ones, they started off strong, lost a little pace, and then came back into it. So I think really what's going to happen, we're going to be looking at now, is again, the Nine Thieves' ability to adjust and overcome, because they need to win this match if they're going to keep in this series. Granted, they're still, even if they do lose this next match, are still going to be in a running for the playoffs. I want to see what happens. We haven't had any team fights yet not go into the third round. So if that still holds true, then we might still see some really explosive games, because everything about the opposite wins that these two teams took against each other is still fitting into each other. So it all comes down to if the Nine Thieves win this next game, it means that somebody's gonna have to break the cycle on the third game, and I'm so excited for it, because the only real difference in overlay between how these two teams won was who won the last final game, because both of these teams won the last game. And if the Nine Thieves manage to win this second one, somebody's got to break the cycle. Someone's got to break the cycle. But with that being said, the Nine Thieves have to make their way through this first game right now, because if they don't, then the game's going to be over, obviously, and it's going to go straight into the favor of the Forgotten Ones. Exceptional gameplay on both sides of the house. Again, I'm just so excited to be here. So excited to see this. NAEC S2 Group B showing up, showing out, game for game. Best of 3, 1, 2, coming into the third match of the night. Will they make it happen a third time? We'll see. We will see. Man, oh man. Not again. Let's get straight into it, though. The second match of the best of 3 between the Forgotten Ones and the Nine Thieves. Can Womp Womp bring his team back? Emperor getting the first ban of the night. Or first ban of the match. Tell you what, man, both of these teams have players that are just so exceptional. T, again, one of my favorite jungles to watch, just because of their the wild things that they do. But Womp Womp being, honestly, in my opinion, both Womp Womp and Kenshin are two of the best EXP laners I've seen within all of North America at the moment, honestly. They just both bring so much diversity and capability to that side of the lane. They're both extremely competitive and both really good at making big plays happen. Fendi, I do think, takes advantage over Grim as a marksman with a little bit more experience with some of these heroes, and just pound for pound, Fendi brings the heat. Absolutely. So again, I definitely like some of the different heroes and different players that they're bringing, and I'm just loving it, dude. I'm absolutely loving it. We do see the Faramis ban, we do see the Lunox ban, as well as the Nolan and Phantomy. Again, just nothing really new about any of these bans. It's all going to come into this draft series. I think we can all pretty much expect the Wan. We already know what's coming. Is what I'm beating around the bush for. We already know who these bands are going to be, just because they're familiarized with each other. I don't think we're going to see anything wild. We do see the Valentina ban again. We expected that, especially with them finally showing out. Super excited to see who we're going to lock in for the first of the night. The Ganavir is readily available again, so I'm wondering if Emperor is going to try to lock them in again. We do see Mathilda available as well. So I think we might see a Mathilda. I think we might see a Ganavir. Yep, there's the Mathilda. Called that. Okay, and we do see T picking up the Ganavir. Called that too. Grim now slotting the Bruno. Trying to flex back. He must have heard me say that I like Fendi as a marksman, and he says, you thought wrong. Man, oh man. Beautiful. Oh, Fendi does lock in the Brody. Again, Brody after this after the nerf, still a good hero, but with the cooldowns definitely slowed down in their ability to trample some of these heroes. So I definitely think Bruno is probably pound for pound the strongest marksman gold lane that we can see right now. So that might go into the favor of Grim for this matchup. But the mobility stacked on top of the Mathilda with the Brody is actually going to be really tough to fight. And Quirky locking in the Nana, again, we've seen so many good Nanas, but will it be enough? MLBB Beef, gotta be thinking about that Minotaur. Gotta be thinking about that Minotaur. He might go for it. What? Pops up with the Tigreal. Makes sense. It makes sense because if he can set a good stage for the Purple Requiem coming from the Guinevere or the Worldy of the Bruno, could really do a whole lot of damage. Really surprised he didn't go with the Minotaur. I'm not gonna lie. But Tigreal, definitely a strong choice. We see the Arlet ban. And I suppose. But or I guess the Arlet ban makes sense because if you could throw off the implosion of the Tigreal, it might mess up some of the placements of the Guinevere. Lilia banned off. That okay, because we still haven't seen who Khan is going to lock in yet, right? Because Khan's got some options here for sure, but like picking like a Valor or a Lilia isn't probably going to be in your best favor, especially with the forced mobility effects of the Brody or the Mathilda. So I think a Zask could honestly be pretty useful with your team's current composition. But it's really hard to say who the best option is right here. Yeah, I'm thinking, and it's tough. I think a Zask would be a really good pick. Kenshin, I know they got to be thinking hard. Kenshin might go for the X-Borg. Kenshin showed already that they can play an X-Borg, and they play X-Borg really, really well. And with all the CC effects stacking up on the 9 Thieves side of the house, I definitely think an X-Borg could show up. Womp Womp showing a Paquito. Is it worth it? Will it work? Can he turn it down, flip it, and reverse it? Womp Womp looks like they're wanting to pick a hero for Khan. I think Womp Womp's not sure who he wants to play yet either. Cyclops is another good hero though that could absolutely be abused. So is Sicilian. They could very well go well with the team compositions. It does look like Womp Womp wants to slot the Terizala. A lot of that penalty zone does a lot of the same effect as the implosion. And honestly, I am worried right now that the 9 Thieves might have too many CC effects. They need more damage and they need more split because all of their heroes are super dependent on the team to really drive things home. Kenshin and Jay getting their pickup. I'm not sure that the Mathilda is actually going to be slotted onto the jungle. I think that the Mathilda is going to be swapped off for Jay, and I think that the he's showing an X-Borg. X-Borg could end up in the jungle. I haven't seen Emperor play an X-Borg yet though, so we're gonna see how great it really is. Kenshin got his eyes on the Yuzong, definitely a strong hero choice, deciding to face the Terizala again. Khan, it's all up to you. What diversity can you bring to your team? Everybody on your team has really strong team fighting capabilities. What can you offer? Hopefully, it's not something that's going to stack on top of Guinevere's damage because burst damage too much is going to slot an instant. Oh man, they do lock in the Kadita. I am concerned right now about an early Athena shield pick, which might take T and Khan out of the fight. With that being said, I do think I prefer the diversity coming from the Forgotten Ones lineup. I definitely think they've got the I think they've got the draft advantage right now. The 9 Thieves, they've got a really strong team fighting composition if they can make it happen. But anything is possible when you're talking about these two teams. Again, both of these teams right now fitting perfectly within their playstyles of the their first series matchup against the Bloodhounds. They've both felt each other out. The question is who wants this series more? North American Mobile Legends, man. Crazy. I love that. I love the X-Borg skin. I do wish they would have made the face a little bit nicer, but overall, good skin. All the 1111 skins are really nice. Looks like the Nine Thieves aren't going to waste any time and are going to help T get some nice early, quick action on the orange buff. Jay trying to be a little bit present, but with MLBB Beef, it's really hard to get yourself lodged in there. Thumbs up. X-Borg doesn't look like he's getting a whole lot of support from his team to lock his, so he might be a little bit slower to farm out than the Guinevere, which we'll see how that goes. Both teams, jungles leading up to the point where they're going to be facing down the Litha Wanderer. Forgotten Ones having a little bit better positioning to lock in this team fight. 3-on-3 now. Khan is present. Who's going to get it? It looks like T gets it. Gets a beautiful set. But, oh man, Yuzong somewhere on the map managed to take down Womp Womp. Brody making his presence known against the Bruno, having just a little bit more health, and also now having a level and gold advantage. Definitely is going to make it tough. He's going to need MLBB Beef to show up soon if he wants to stand a chance against Fendi. Oh, and we're looking at a set, but without that implosion, just not a whole lot that Grim can do with it yet. Fendi just keeps the pressure applied. Meanwhile, we see T and Womp Womp trying to work together to show face against Quirky and Kenshin, but Yuzong finally having his level 4, going to be able to utilize that Black Dragon. 2 level 4s capable, so that Melina Blitz, if well placed, could definitely do some damage. Purple Requiem pops on Quirky. Not much they're going to be able to do about that one. Melina's Blessing does pop up, and Quirky's going to stay alive for it, but he's going to have to shoo off. But in the side, I guess they're going to go the route of popping the regain and keeping pressure applied for the upcoming turtle. Both teams looking to contest it. Mathilda engaging Womp Womp. Black Dragon popped up, using that Petrify on T. Quirky does manage to confirm the turtle kill, and 3 players are going to drop for none in favor of this side of Forgotten Ones. Now with a 2,000 gold lead coming up on the 3,000 gold on the 3-minute mark. Definitely some work has to be done already if Nine Thieves want to win this match. Kadita securing a nice kill. Wow, whole fight going on between T and this Emp, and it really didn't go in the favor of Guinevere. Took a whole lot of damage, but Implosion pops, and they're looking to wrap up a nice kill, and they do manage to shut down the X-Borg, and they're looking to make something happen on this Yuzong as well. But Yuzong does manage to get away, so although X-Borg got his kill, he did go down for it as well. Fendi, I don't think he knows that Bruno is on the opposite side of the map, playing super conservative, waiting. Yeah, he's got no idea. Can't say I blame him for playing safe. Didn't trust the process. Meanwhile, we see the Nine Thieves looking to stage something, but Mathilda got beautiful vision on pretty much the entire Nine Thieves team right now. Very well-informed Forgotten Ones, makes for a tough team to fight. Nine Thieves setting up a whole lot, looking to pressurize Jay. Jay using the Guiding Winds, effectively shooing off. The Nine Thieves are playing pretty deep. We see Black Dragon popped up, ready to engage, looking to get a Petrify, looking to get a knockup. MLBB buffing out some of the damage, but the entire Nine Thieves team manages to shoo off without taking a whole lot of damage. Xborg not waiting at all. Petrifies T, trying to get him up. Xborg gets a beautiful set. Implosion pops. Guinevere tries to put up Purple Requiem. And Quirky knocks down Tigreal. Nine Thieves decide to recall. Tough too, because Fendi is ready. Fendi is primed and ready, knocking on heaven's door. Forgotten Ones, not wasting any time, using the safe time frame to secure a second turtle. Big team gathering from Nine Thieves up on the top side of the map, looking to engage. MLBB dives for the Yuzong, but just not fast enough. Doesn't manage to grab anything. Grim finally getting his hands on Haas Claws is going to give him some more ability to sustain against this Brody, which is going to be super important if he wants to stand up any longer. Because right now, they're getting pushed around. 2,000 gold behind. They gotta find a groove if Nine Thieves want to win this match and find their way into the third matchup of the night, or third matchup of the series. Not wasting any time, the Forgotten Ones go straight into clearing their lanes, and they understand that the Nine Thieves aren't far behind and can still stand up in a team fight, so they decide to not waste their time and just go straight into the, like I said, clearing the minions and moving across the map. Last Insanity, I think, popped by accident, but strangely enough, it doesn't look like Emperor's health was altered at all, so maybe he canceled that ultimate and just used it as a quick way to escape. Oh, Fendi taking a whole lot of pressure. Womp Womp trying to chew him through. Does manage to get the kill. Beautiful kill for the side of Nine Thieves. Again, Fendi just being such a overwhelming marksman to deal with. Him going down definitely opens up some opportunities. Being only about 1,500 gold behind now, Nine Thieves, if they can slowly get a few pickoffs, they can absolutely put themselves into this fight again. Looking to start on a turtle. If they can get one, it would be huge. Emperor making his way slowly across. MLBB trying to hem them up, trying to look for something, looking for an opening. If he can hem up even a little bit of the Xborg, but with that Last Insanity being possible to be popped, makes it so hard. They just decide to reset the turtle. Not sure that the Nine Thieves folks look like they want this fight. Fendi being alive as well, creating some pressure on the top side of the map is going to make it a little bit easier for Fendi to have an unchallenged take. Fendi does manage to take a tower though, or not tower. Grim takes the tower. Xborg does secure a turtle. Using that Last Insanity to disengage from bites is just such a smart movement play coming from the side of Emperor. It's not something that you typically see. Oh man, Tigreal tried to get a set on Jay, but Jay, just being so fast, manages to escape. Right now, we're still seeing about 1,000 gold and a half difference coming out. Khan taking a whole lot of damage, probably going to shoo off out of there. Oh, pops the regen, but getting right back into it. Looking to set something up. Implosion pops from MLBB. Gets a nice, beautiful set stack kill on Fendi. Beautiful gameplay, which is going to allow them the opportunity to start putting a little bit of pressure on some of these towers. Terizla check and face with Yuzong on the mid side of the map, keeping eyes on each other. Yuzong with a two level lead, definitely a threat to even Terizla. Putting a little bit of pressure, but Emperor showing up just in time for them to be able to clear some minions. Meanwhile, Guinevere is camping out, waiting to see if they can, make s'mores next to the fire. Emperor finds him, puts a little bit of pressure, but just, shoes off, doesn't look for the fight. Good level head is honestly like that. Just like that is how you see teams really start to excel. When people see a teammate or when they see an enemy and just think they have to fight them every single time is definitely just such a novice move that North America is primarily guilty of. Whole lot of pressure coming from the Nine Thieves, but Emperor just shoos it off. MOBA tries to pop Implosion, but Emperor just chewing through them. So much damage. Guiding Wind pops. Last Insanity pops. T taking a whole lot of damage. So is Cone. Trying to back each other up. Using that dive in. T's not where they want to be. Penalty zone pops up by Womp Womp to try to protect his team. Does manage to finally secure a kill on Emperor. Meanwhile, Yuzong is under tower, diving, taking a kill. But also goes down to the Nana. Womp Womp finally has Athena's shield. Going to be able to protect him a little bit more from that Molina blitz. We see about a 3,000 gold lead right now in favor of the Forgotten Ones. That little bit of comeback that the Nine Thieves were making, Forgotten Ones did a very good job at trying to re-secure it away from them. Kenshin trying to weather the storm until Emperor can make his way into that. We do see a beautiful set stage with Bruno on the opposite side of the map. Not really going to be able to help a whole lot, but hopefully he's looking to try to take a tower. But how effective is it going to be if they lose this Lord? And they do lose the Lord, going to Emperor. Forgotten Ones going to be in a perfect position now to start setting up and taking some second tier towers. Both teams looking at each other right in the face, not really wanting to bite yet. Forgotten Ones coming up on a 4,000 gold lead at the 11.5 minute mark. It's not the end all be all, but it is threatening. Emperor picks up Immortality. Beautiful build coming from Emperor, with the War Axe stacked onto the Ice Queen wands, and now the Immortality really diversifies his character's ability to engage, disengage, and sustain through some of these hard fights. We see the Forgotten Ones being super aggressive against MLBB, forcing him to retreat a little bit. Going to have to recall, especially on top of these minions showing up. Jay is going to be looking to try to help secure this second tier tower, and it looks like they might be able to do it. Emperor giving just enough presence that the Nine Thieves aren't going to be able to engage them under tower, and it does look like they're going to have a perfect walk up on all sides of the lane. Meanwhile, the Lord is showing up, ready to knock on this inner tower. Black Dragon popped up. Kenshin, he's showing up heavy. Nana popping up some easy kills. Grim's down. Meanwhile, Fendi's down. We see a beautiful knock up on Kenshin. And the Nine Thieves do manage to secure the saving of their inner tower. But 1 to 2 hits away from losing that top tier tower. It looks like Emperor's trying to feather it out and trying to create that presence. With the minions being en route, Womp Womp knows that he's got to clear these minions right now, otherwise he's going to lose that tower. Quirky taking a little bit of damage, hemmed up from the purple Requiem. Molina Blessing does keep them alive through that interaction, and now going to be feathered out by the Yuzong and the Nana's Boomerang. Going to have to retreat back. Emperor looking to show face on T, who knows that T doesn't have that purple Requiem right now. Minions walked up are going to be able to secure that top lane tower. I think. No, they don't. But it is so low on health that if one person does go in there and hits it with a basic attack, they are going to get the enhanced minions for the side of the Forgotten Ones. looking at about a 5,000 gold lead now, slowly gapping out the Nine Thieves. They really have to get their game together and play smoothly across the map. Again, looking for these team fights, which is the entire composition of their team. Because once these teammates are isolated, they don't have a whole lot of capability when you're talking about their ability to step one-on-one with the Forgotten Ones folks. The Lustrous Lord coming up. Fendi doing a whole lot of damage to it. Feathered by Emperor as well. Looking to have the Nine Thieves try to grab this, try to grab it out. Definitely good that they're trying to be present. Even if they can secure. Oh man, Quirky gets a beautiful set. Last Insanity ripping through. MLBB Beef pops Implosion, but it's not enough. Black Dragon pops. So does Penalty Zone. They're trying to punish the Forgotten Ones, but just the damage isn't there. 4 heroes down. Only T is left. Walking up some damage. Securing 1 and coming up on 2 inner towers. Last Insanity popped. Trying to force T back into it. A whole team is going to be present and is going to be able to secure the second matchup in the best of 3 series against the Nine Thieves. A beautiful 2-0 in favor of Forgotten Ones, giving them the first of the night a guaranteed playoff seed. Beautiful gameplay, Forgotten Ones. Beautiful gameplay. And well played, too, to the Nine Thieves, folks. Played it very well, but at the end of the day, the Forgotten One guys were just a little bit more cohesive and showed that off tonight with that 2-0. Woo! Beautiful gameplay. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Like McDonald's, man, I'm loving it. These games have just been so explosive. I don't feel like we've gone into any match so far knowing for sure who the winner of the match was going to be. Every time somebody came up with just a little bit better of a draft, the other team said, hey, that draft is really nice, but my team is nicer, and they just fed it right back to them. Sadly, again, the Nine Thieves were the first team to lose today in a 2-0 series. But, again, if they can take a win over Azrael, because they already beat the Bloodhounds, if they can take a win over Azrael, they will find themselves into the playoffs to fight again. So the opportunity is still there. Again, the Forgotten Ones being the only one now for sure shoot in for being able to take a win or take themselves into the playoffs. Congratulations again. Beautiful. You guys deserved it. You guys worked really, really hard against 2 really good teams, and you made it happen. Whew. Man. Tough games, dude. Tough games. Something that's sitting on my mind right now is Team Azrael, right? Team Azrael is getting ready to show up, make their presence known, and is it? I guess the Bloodhounds have to have a match. I was going to say, is it worth it for the Team Azrael to go up against the Bloodhounds when we already know that the Bloodhounds isn't going to go up? But I guess the answer is yes, because if Team Azrael loses to the Bloodhounds, they might set themselves up to not really contest. They have to win a match. They have to win. I guess they're still in a perfect position. I don't know what I'm talking about. They're definitely in a position where they can still thrive. All they have to do is win one match. If they can win one match, they can contest. But they lose 2 in a row, though. They out. That's tough. Yeah, right now it's definitely going to either be Team Azrael or Team Nine Thieves going up to the playoffs. I'm really curious to see who it's going to be. Because right now it doesn't matter who's like ranked 3rd or 4th in their seeds or within their respective groups. The only thing that matters is getting into those top 2 teams. I think that's really all that matters. If they can do that, then they're chilling. And to do that, really, they just have to win 2 matches. So I think, I guess there is still a chance that the 9 Thieves could get into the playoffs if if Bloodhounds beat Team Azrael and Team Azrael loses all of their matches, then they would be 0-4. Bloodhounds would be 1-3. That would mean that the 9 Thieves would go 2-2, and in that position, I guess 9 Thieves still has the option to make it to the playoffs. Yeah. I guess we already knew that, though. We already knew that. We already knew that they, still only have to win one more match to guarantee their slot. If the 9 Thieves, though, if they go up against Team Azrael early on and they take a quick win, will the rest of the matches even be worth doing, though? Because if 9 Thieves goes up against the Team Azrael right now, and 9 Thieves win, we already know who's going to the playoffs. Maybe I'm crazy, though. At that point, you don't even need to see the rest of Team Azrael's matches. But at the same time, if Team Azrael wins that match, they'll have that one match won, and they will still have to win another match to lock up in. Because at that point, 9 Thieves would be tied with Bloodhounds. So it would come down to if Team Azrael could beat the Bloodhounds or the Forgotten Ones. But if 9 Thieves wins that match against Team Azrael, yeah, you would already have a decided playoffs. You wouldn't even... It all literally comes down to, will 9 Thieves win their first match? If they do, we gotta fight. If they don't, we don't. Yeah. That's awesome, though. I think we are going to take a small intermission, though. I don't have a timer because I'm not one of the cool kids. But let me see if I can give you guys something to watch. Let me see if events, let me see, do we have a I think they're going to take a small intermission. Yeah. Let me see if I can set this up. I want to see I'm going to see if I can find it on YouTube. Attack on Titan MLBB. Okay, so the answer is no. No, we don't. We don't have anything. So with that being said, I'm going to take my face off, and I'll let you guys look at my my home screen for about 13 seconds. Give me a couple minutes. But so far it's a lot of fun, really good team plays, and I'll be back in about 60 seconds. So within that time frame, don't do drugs. Or do. I guess just don't do too many drugs. Or just don't do it any at all. Either way is fine. You look at my screen? What are you doing, man? You're crazy. Oh, why would you do that? That's kind of creepy, bro. Man, my hair look crazy. Yeah, it's wild. Y'all got me over here looking wild. That's wild. Man, I can't get over it. If Nine Thieves beats Team Azrael, they're literally that's the whole playoffs is decided then, dude. If we want to have a competitive series, Team Azrael has to beat Nine Thieves. That's some pressure. That's some pressure, dude. I look crazy. I've been sipping on coffee. I'm gonna get my voice lubricated. Man, I am definitely excited though. I'm not really sure what the move is right now. I know that we're supposed to be doing last match is Team Azrael versus Bloodhounds and Forgotten Ones, and then Nine Thieves after this full series. I'm not sure, like, what are we doing though? Feel free to look at my screen while I hit these people up and try to find out what's going on next. Okay, guys. I think that's our answer. I think we're done. So, Team Azrael forfeited against the Bloodhounds. So, I think Team Azrael is forfeited from all their matches. Let me look. Um, and they beat well, yeah, I think Azrael forfeited the entire day. Man, that sucks. Although I've already done 3 matches or 3 best of threes, and I think that's a personal record. That's a lot of games for me. Um,